Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Good morning, my
Nelly,
lady.
Good morning, my lady.
may you please place the matter on record?
May it please the court, my lady. Morning.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 2nd of August 2022, calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2021. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. If I may, do we have an interpreter today for the witness?
Yes,
The
Judge, we
witness
do.
But I think the witness will testify in English, my lady.
Okay, no, that's fine. Where is the witness?
The witness is Ethel Ngube. She was the owner of Precious Angels. Your ladyship can just ascertain from the witness whether she wants the interpreter or whether she wants to testify in English.
Morning, Miss Nube. How are you?
I'm well, my lady. Thank you.
Yes. In what language would you like to testify?
It's a Zulu.
Do you need the services of an interpreter?
Yes, my lady. Thank you.
So that will be a Zulu interpreter interpreting English to Zulu and Zulu to English.
Yes, my lady.
Okay. Nelisiwe, is the witness, is the interpreter there?
Yes, Judge, I'm with the interpreter.
Okay. Can you please swear in the witness?
Nkosazana, ngicela usho amagama akho wonke ephelele.
Ethel Jeannie Ngube.
Uzoba nenkinga yini nokuthatha isifungo sokukhuluma iqiniso?
Nice.
No objection to taking the prescribed oath, my lady. Uma kuwukuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso, kuyiqiniso kuphela, kungekho kunye ngaphandle kweqiniso, ngicela uphakamise isandla uthi uNkulunkulu akusize. Isandla sakho sokuhle.
uNkulunkulu angisize.
So sworn, my lady.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Ms.
Just
Ngube,
before we start, I'm going to interject. Just before we start, I need just 5 minutes just to check with the court manager. Just a second.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube,
Before you start, I think I need to explain a few things to the witness.
that's the call, please.
Ms. Ngube, you are an interested party to these proceedings. I need to explain to you. Yes, Mr. Interpreter.
Kukhona-ke kuthiwa ungomunye waba nenhloso yokubandakanyeka kulezi ndaba.
I need to explain to you that as you have been called upon to testify,
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi njengoba ubiziwe ukuthi uzofakaza,
questions will be asked to you
uzobuzwa imibuzo
for you to answer.
ukuthi wena uphendule.
If the answer to the question or questions will likely incriminate you,
Ukuthi-ke umbuzo noma imibuzo ingakufaka ecaleni,
you have the right not to answer that question
unemvume yokuthi uthule ungawuphenduli lowo mbuzo.
and tell the court accordingly that you will not answer that question for fear of incriminating yourself.
Ungayitshela inkantolo ukuthi angeke uphenduleke lo mbuzo ngoba wesaba ukuthi ungazethwesa icala.
Do you understand?
Uyazwisisa?
Yes, my lady, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Nube, during the so-called marathon project, when mental health care users were transferred from life Esidimeni facilities to hospitals and NGOs, you were the owner of a NGO called Precious Angels, is that correct?
Just before she responds, just a second. Mr. Late, we've been using our interpreter, and we know that if you pose a long question, it might cause some difficulties. Can we just bear that in mind? I just want you to limit your question, even if it can be in parts, please.
I will do so, my lady.
Yes, you may start again.
You were the owner of Precious Angels when mental health care users were transferred to NGOs and hospitals from Life Esidimeni.
Sikuthiwa-ke lana-ke ngalesi sikhathi sale lo mkhankaso i-marathon project yokususa abantu abagula ngengqondo besuswa e-Life Esidimeni besuswa esibhedlela nakuma-NGO. Wena wawune NGO kwakuthiwa i-Precious Angels.
Yes, advocate.
Yeah.
During the investigations of several deaths that occurred in several NGOs, several statements were taken from you, is that correct?
Yeah, ngingakakubuza umbuzo ngicela ukuthi uphendule ngesizulu ukuthi singaconfuse ukuthi ubani okhulumayo manje. Ngalesi sikhathi ke kukhona abantu abagulayo kulama NGO wawusekhona.
Yeah, Babenkhona.
Yes, I was there.
Yes, for the sake of progress, if you don't understand anything, you can alert the court. If you feel that you want to answer, because I can hear that your English is good. If you want to answer where you understand the question, you may do so. Otherwise, we'll be having a problem. If you don't, you encounter problems where you can't understand the question, please alert the court. Right?
Will do, my lady. Thank you.
Okay, you will tell the interpreter when he needs to assist. Thank you. Mr. Late.
Thank you, my lady. And at a certain stage during this investigation, you had a consultation with the investigation team and the prosecution team in Bloemfontein. Is that correct?
At first, it was here in Pretoria, then in Germiston, because I was in witness protection program.
But you met with me and Colonel De Tabo and Miss Marie Marriott in Bloemfontein.
Oh, yes, the
Is
two of
that-
you, yes, I met in Bloemfontein, sir.
And thereafter, another statement was taken from you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to take you now to case lines, pages 1465 to page 1473. Do you have those pages?
One, 4, 7, 3.
Yeah, 1465 to 1473. Is that statement before you now?
Yes, it is, advocate.
Can you confirm that this statement was made by you?
Yes, it was.
And confirm that you signed the statement on each paper as well as at the end thereof?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that the statement was made on the oath?
Yes, advocate.
And you also confirm that this is a statement that you had made after your consultation with us in Bloemfontein?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want? Let me first ask you, all these statements that I referred you to, were you went through them before your testimony today, is that correct?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to this statement?
No, advocate.
My lady, with your ladyship's permission, I would like to hand in the statement as Exhibit GG1.
The last exhibit was FF, am I correct?
That's correct, my lady.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it appears on case line, pages 1465 to 1473, is admitted into the record and it is marked Exhibit GG1. Am I correct, Mr. Late?
That's correct, my lady.
Yes, let's continue.
Thank you, my lady. The next statement pertains to the first deceased, Magdalena Viljoen, and can be found on page 2319 to 2321. Do you have the statement before you, Ms. Ngube?
2319. Yes, I've got it, advocate.
Do you confirm that this statement was made by you?
It was made by me, but written by one of the detectives in Pretoria
Yes.
police station.
Okay. And did you sign the statement?
Yes, I did, advocate.
And when you went through the statement, do you confirm the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that you understood that the statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you still confirm the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With the ladyship's permission, I would like the statement to be handed in as Exhibit GG2.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you very much. The statement of the witness as it appears on case line pages 2319 to 2321 It forms part of the record and is admitted into evidence, and it is marked Exhibit GG2. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. The next two statements deals with the second deceased Piwe Makuga. And the first statement I want to refer the witness to is on page 2420 to 2421.
This one is in respect of which deceased?
The deceased number 2, Sipiwe Makuga.
Number 2.
That's correct, my lady. Do you have the statement before you, Ms. Ngube?
Yes, I've got it with me, advocate.
Do you confirm that this is a statement that you had made?
Yes, advocate.
And was it signed by you?
Yes, advocate.
Do you understand that this statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to this statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With your ladyship's permission, I would like the statement to be handed in as Exhibit GG3.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady.
None, my
Thank
lady.
you very much. The statement of the witness as it appears on pages 2420 to 2421 is admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit GG3.
The next statement I want to refer the witness to, my lady, is on page 2520. It deals with the same deceased. Do you have the statement before you, Ms. Ngube?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that you made this statement?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm your signature at the end of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
And that you confirm and confirm the contents thereof, and that you understood that it's under oath.
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. I would like this statement to be handed in as Exhibit GG4.
Any objection?
None, my lady.
Thank you very
None, my
much.
lady.
The statement of the witness as it appears on case line on page 2520 is admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit GG4.
The next statement, my lady, it refers to a deceased with only known as Nene. And I want to refer the court to page 2529 to 2530.
25269 to
Yeah, 2529.
25269 to
No,
25.
no, only 2529, my lady.
Just give me the page number again.
2529.
Okay. 25292.
2530.
Okay, thank you.
You have the statement before you, Ms. Ngube.
Yes, advocate.
You also confirm that you had made the statement
Yes, advocate.
and that it was signed by you.
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm that the statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With the lady's permission, may the statement be then handed in as Exhibit GG5.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Piner. The statement of the witness as it appears on this line, pages 2529 to 2530. It's admitted into evidence and marked. It is marked Exhibit GG5.
My lady, then there is a statement on page 2591. That is a duplicate of GG4.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. The next statement was made in relation to the deceased number 4, Christopher Makoba. I would like to refer the court or the witness to page 7607 to 7609.
Page
7607 to 7609. Are you there, Ms. Mube?
Just a second.
760.
Yes.
Yes,
Do you
I'm
have
there,
the statement
advocate.
before you? Do you confirm that this statement was made by you?
No, advocate. It's 7603.
7607.
Let me just make sure, my lady. No, 7607.
Okay.
Are you at the correct page now?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm that you made the statement
Yes, advocate.
and that you signed the statement at the end thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement as true and correct?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
You confirm that you understood that you made the statement under oath?
Yes, advocate.
As the court pleases, my lady, with the court's permission, I would like to hand this statement in as Exhibit GG6.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement, the witness, Ms. Ethel Nube, as it appears on case line pages 7607 to 7609, is admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit GG6.
Thank you, my lady. We then move to the deceased Sipati Pilani. It's deceased number 5. The statement there is on page 7705 and further. That is a duplicate of GG1, my lady.
7705.
And it's a duplicate of exhibit GG1.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lady. And then we move on to the deceased number 6.
My
Just
lady,
a second.
my
I
apologies.
think there is someone in the background. Yes.
Yes. My apologies, my lady. If Mr. Late can perhaps just check in respect of the deceased Christopher Makoba on page 7688. There appears to be another affidavit by Ms. Nube. It's a handwritten affidavit.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Mr. Ms. Nube, I would like to take you then to page 7688.
I'm there, advocate.
Do you confirm that this is a statement that was made by you?
Can I just see the signature? Yes, advocate.
And that you signed the statement?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that you made the statement under oath,
Yes, advocate.
and that you confirm the contents thereof.
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you. My lady, for purposes of continuity, may I ask that this statement then be handed in as Exhibit Exhibit GG61, my lady.
Yes, okay. Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
None, my lady.
The statement of the witness in respect of the deceased Christopher Makgoba, as it appears on case line pages 7688 to 7689. It's admitted into the record and forms part of the evidence, and it is marked Exhibit GG61.
Thank you. I am indebted to Mr. van Bergen.
Yes, continue.
May I go to the deceased number 6, Siphiwe Tabete, and I'd like to take the court to page 7757 to 7762 of case lines. Are you there, Ms. Ngube?
Yes, advocate.
Just a second for me, Mr. Late. Yes, continue.
Do you confirm that it's your signature that appears on the statement,
Yes, advocate.
and that you had made the statement and know the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm the contents as the truth and correct?
Yes, advocate.
You understand that the statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With your ladyship's permission, I ask that the statement be handed in as Exhibit GG7.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
My lady, none. If I may just, perhaps, maybe I missed it earlier, in respect of the deceased Sipati Pilane, which affidavit was handed in? On what page?
7705.
Yeah, that's the same as GG1.
Just a second,
That's correct.
Mr. Just a second. I just want to go back. Can I just check with you, Mr. Late? What exhibit is that one?
That is a duplicate of GG1, my lady.
Oh, yes, this one, 7705 is a duplicate of GG1, is in respect of disease number 5. And it's who? What is his name?
Sipati Pilane.
Sepako Pilani.
Sipati.
Or Sipati Pilani.
Yes, my lady, there is another affidavit in respect of that deceased on 7745.
Okay, it's fine. Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. Can he just finish maybe with this one? Siphiwe, it's deceased number. The one which relates to exhibit GG7, pages 7757 to 7762.
Yes.
Is it Siphiwe Tabete?
That's correct, my lady.
And this is deceased number, docket 6.
6, my lady.
Yes, okay. Are you done with statements pertaining to this deceased before we?
That's correct, my lady.
Okay, then we can deal with what Mr. Van Bergen has just alerted us.
That is 7788. Is that correct?
No, 7745.
So 7745. 495. So this, did we just get the correct pages? Seven double five. Do you confirm that this is also a statement that was made by you?
Seven 7752.
7745 to 7755. Do you also confirm
Yes,
that this is a statement that's what, and that you initialed each page and signed on the last page thereof?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that this statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
My ladyship, may I ask that the statements be handed in as exhibit GG8?
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
No objection, my lady. May it please the court.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it appears on case line pages 7745 to pages 7755. It's admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG8.
Thank you, my lady. I would like now to take you to the deceased number 7, Virginia Macapela. There you also made statements. I would first like to take you to one on page 2601 to page 2601.
2601
to 2606.
I'm there, advocate.
Do you confirm that this statement was made by you?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that it is your signature that appears on the at the end of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement and that you understood that you made the statement under oath?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
My Lordship, I request this court's permission to hand the statement in as exhibit GG9.
I heard that you say there are a number of statements relating to this particular deceased. If we can make this one GG, is it the only one?
No, there are two, my lady.
Oh, okay, so this is GG9.
That's correct.
Okay. Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady. No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it appears on pages 2601 to 2606 on case line, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG9.
Thank you, my lady. I just want to take the witness to page 2602 on the second paragraph, where there's a date.
It's 26 double.
26. Go to 2602.
Which paragraph, advocate?
The second paragraph. The first line of the second paragraph. The same day on 2/16/06/9. If you take that into context with the 29 and not 9.
It makes sense, advocate, because it's
Yes, continue.
Thank you. The next statement that you had made concerning this deceased can be found on page 2651 to 2653. Are you there?
yes, advocate.
Do you also confirm that this is a statement that you had made
Yes, advocate.
and that you signed the statement
Yes, advocate.
and that you understood that it was done under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my ladyship. If I could hand the statement in as exhibit GG10.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it appears on case line pages 2651 to 2653, it's admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG10, GG10.
Thank you, my lady. The next deceased we are going to deal with is deceased number 8, Julia Shawway.
This is number?
Lady, this 8, Julia Shawway.
Okay.
The
Yes.
statement there is on page 7873 to 7881, and that's also a duplicate of exhibit GG1.
I'm there, advocate.
Thank you. Let's go then to the deceased number 9. If there are no other statements, I couldn't find any other statements regarding Julia Shawway. The next deceased is Terence Chava, deceased number 9. The first statement that you had made can be found on page 2768. Are you there?
Yes, advocate, I'm there.
Do you confirm that this is a statement that was made by you
Yes, advocate.
and that you signed the statement at the bottom thereof
Yes, advocate.
and that you understood that the statement was made on oath?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With your ladyship's permission, I'd like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG11.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The statement of the witness, Ms. Mube, as it appears on case line pages 2768 to 2769, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG11.
Thank you, my lady. The next statement regarding this deceased can be found on page 2787. Are you there, Mr. Nube?
Yes, Advocate.
Do you confirm that the statement was made by you
Yes, Advocate.
and that you signed the statement at the end thereof,
Yes, Advocate.
and that you understood that the statement was made under oath?
Yes, Advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, Advocate.
As a court pleases, my lady, with the court's permission, I'd like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG12.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it is found on page 2787 case line, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG12.
As court pleases, my lady, I'd like to refer the witness to page 2796. Do you confirm that you have made the
2796.
statement? That's correct, yes.
Yes, Advocate, I'm there.
Do you confirm that you had made the statement
Yes, I have.
and that you signed the statement at the end thereof,
Yes, I confirm that.
and that you understood that the statement was done under oath?
Yes, Advocate.
And can you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, Advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With the lady's permission, I'd like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG13.
Is there any objection to the ending in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness is admitted into evidence and marked as it is found on page 2796 case line, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG13.
Thank you, my lady. The next statement can be found on page 2799. Are you there, Mr. Nube?
Yes, Advocate.
Can you confirm that you had made the statement
Yes, Advocate.
and that it's your signature that appears on the last page thereof,
Yes, Advocate.
and that you understood that the statement was done under oath?
Yes, Advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, Advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With the lady's permission, I'd like to hand the statement in as exhibit 14.
Any objection to the handing in of this statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it is found on case line pages 2799 to 2800, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG 1414. .
Thank you, my lady. We're moving now to the deceased number 10, Eric Mashilowane. The first statement I would like to refer the witness to is on page 2957. Ms. Nube, are you there?
I'm there, advocate.
Do you confirm that you had made the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that your signature that appear on the bottom of the page of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that you made the statement under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my ladies. With the lady's permission, I'd like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG 15.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ngube, as it is found on case line page 2957, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG15, GG15.
My lady, the next statement that can be found on page 2976. That is a duplicate of the statement GG12, my lady.
Yes.
Then the next statement can be found on page 3006.
Is it in respect of the same deceased now?
God, it is the same statement was introduced in different deceased pockets.
Yes, but I just want us to deal with this. Remember when you started, you.
3006 is also the same deceased, my lady. Everyone should go on.
Okay, now where are we now?
We are at the 2976. That's in regard to Eric Mashilowane is a duplicate of GG12.
Okay, this also relates to Mashilowane. Okay.
Yes. And then the next one, page 3006, is also regarding Eric Mashilowane.
Which page number is that?
3006, my lady.
Yes. Yes, what about this page now? We can continue.
Are you there, Ms. Nube?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm that this is a statement that was made by you?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm your signature at the end thereof?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that you had made the statement under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. With your lady's permission, I'd like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG16.
Thank you, Mr. Late. Is there any objection to the handing in of this statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Piner. The statement of the witness, Ms. Ethel Ngube, as it appears on case line pages 3006 to 3009, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG16.
Thank you, my lady. We then move on to the next deceased, number 11, Lucky Maseko. I would refer the witness to page 3063.
3063.
To 3064. Are you there?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that you had made the statement
Yes, advocate.
and that you signed the statement at the end thereof?
Yes, advocate.
And also, do you also confirm that you understood that the statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you can confirm the contents thereof?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
My lady, with your ladyship's permission, I'd like to hand this statement in as exhibit GS 17. Now being GG 17.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness as it appears on case line, pages 3063 to 3064. It's admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG 17.
As the ladyship pleases, the next statement with regard also to Lucky Maseku can be found on page 3094, and that is also a duplicate of GG12.
Yes.
And another one on page 3277 to 3284. That's a duplicate of GG1, my lady.
Yes.
You can move now on to page to deceased number 12, Josiah Daniels. And I would like to refer the witness to page 2389 to 3289 to 3290.
3289.
Yes, 3289 to 3290.
I'm there,
Are you
advocate.
there, Ms. Mube?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that you had made the statement?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm that it's your signature that appears on the bottom of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that you made the statement under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Lady, with your ladyship's permission, I would like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG18.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The statement of the witness as it appears on case line pages 3289 to 3290. It's handed in and marked exhibit GG18, exhibit GG18.
Thank you, my lady. Then regarding the same deceased on page 3344 is another statement that is a duplicate of exhibit GG12.
Yes.
We now move on to the next deceased, Christina Hapst. Deceased number 13. And I'd like to refer the witness to the statement that can be found on page 7905 to 7912. Are you there, Ms. Mube?
Yes, advocate.
You confirm that this is also a statement that was made by you
Yes, advocate.
and that your signature appears on each page as well as the end of the statement,
Yes, advocate.
and that you understood that the statement had been done under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to this statement?
No, advocate.
With the lady's permission, I would like to hand the statement in as Exhibit GG 19.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. The statement of the witness as it appears on pages 7905 to 7912 on case line is admitted into evidence and marked Exhibit GG 19. 19.
As the court pleases, my lady. I would like to refer this witness now to the statement that can be found on page 7913 to 7914. Are you there, Ms. Nube?
Yes, Advocate, I'm there.
You also confirm that this is a statement that was made by you
Yes, Advocate.
and that you signed the statement at the end thereof?
Yes, Advocate.
That you understood that the statement was made on oath
Yes, Advocate.
and that you confirmed the contents of the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, Advocate.
My lady, I would like to hand the statement in as Exhibit GG 20.
This also relates to Mrs. Herbst.
Perhaps that's correct, my lady.
Yes. Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The statement of the witness as it is found on case line pages 7913 to 7914 in respect of the deceased Christina Johanna Herbst is handed in and admitted into the record and it is marked Exhibit GG 20, GG 20.
I then take the court to the 14th deceased, Sarafina Ngobo. And I would like to refer the witness to page 7956 to 7961. Ms. Nube, are you there?
Yes, Advocate.
Do you confirm that you had made the statement
Yes, Advocate.
and that your signature appears on each page and on the end of the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
And that you understood that the statement was done under oath?
Yes, Advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, Advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, Advocate.
Thank you, my lady. If the statement can be handed in as Exhibit GG 21.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
The statement of the witness as it appears on case line pages 7956 to 7961 is handed in and marked Exhibit GG 21.
Thank you, my lady. Then we move to Julian Peterson. My lady, there is a statement that can be found on page 7986 to 7994. That is a duplicate of Exhibit GG1.
Yes.
Then we move to the deceased number 16, Matlakala Motswai. I would like to
Yes.
refer the witness to page 8056 to 8062. Do you confirm, are you there, Ms. Mubi?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that this is a statement that was made by you
Yes, advocate.
and that your signature appear on each page and then on the end of, at the end thereof?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
Are there any amendments that you want to make to the statement?
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. I would like to hand the statement in as exhibit GG22.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Pinero. The statement of the witness relating to deceased number 16, Matlakala Elizabeth Motswahai, as it appears on case line pages 8056 to 8062, is admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG22.
As the court pleases, my lady. We then move to deceased number 17, Jeremiah Mudise.
Yes, the page number.
The statement that appears on page 8089 to 8094 is a duplicate of exhibit GG22, my lady.
Yes.
I would like then to refer the witness to page 8095. Are you there, Ms. Kluber?
Yes, advocate.
Do you confirm that this is a statement made by you
Yes, advocate.
and that you had signed the statement at the bottom thereof?
Yes, advocate.
And that you understood that the statement was made under oath?
Yes, advocate.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement?
Yes, advocate.
As a court, please, my lady, I request the court to accept this statement as exhibit GG23.
Any objection to the handing in of the statement?
May it please the court, my lady, no objection.
Thank you. The statement of the witness as it appears on case line page 8095. It's admitted into evidence and marked exhibit GG23.
Thank you, my lady. Then we move
Do we
to
still
the
have
next.
a lot of statements, Mr.?
No, my lady.
Okay, just conclude all the statements and then we can take the tea break.
Yes, there's. I'm not going to make further statements. I'm just going to refer the court's statements. On the next deceased number 18, Solima Shehu, on page 8102 to 8107. That's also a duplicate of GG22.
A duplicate of?
GG22, my lady.
Yes.
And the next deceased number 75, Elizabeth Botha. The statement of the witness on page 13658. 13658.
Yes.
To 13666. That is a duplicate of GG1.
This is in respect of which deceased?
Elizabeth Botha, deceased number 75, my lady.
Yes, okay.
I only want to ask one question to the witness. I don't have any further questions. And then we can break for tea if it suits your ladyship.
Okay.
If we go to deceased number 13, on page 7924 to 7937, there are records of precious angels. I want to refer the witness specifically to page 7932.
7932.
That's correct, yes.
I'm there, advocate.
Can you tell the court who made that note on the file? Do you know, do you know whose handwriting that is?
The last page.
7932.
932. Probably one of the caregivers, if I'm not mistaken, advocate.
So it's not your handwriting.
No, advocate.
Thank you, my lady. I have no further questions for this witness.
Yes, Mr. Pihlela?
Thank you,
Do you
my
want to
lady.
proceed?
No, I don't know if I missed something. There seems to be another statement on 7986. I don't know if it was dealt with Julian Peterson.
7986. Yes, it has been dealt with. According to my notes, this is a duplicate of GG1.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, court, please.
Thank you. I think this is the opportune time for us to take a tea adjournment. Can the witness be warned? Mr. Interpreter, are you there? Is he there, Nelisiwe? You are muted, Mr. Interpreter.
Apologies, my lady. Sisi uma uphuma la njengoba ufakazi, uyacelwa ukuthi ungaqoqi namuntu ngalento oyikhulume la, uze ubuye la ngaphakathi uyazwisisa.
I do.
Understood,
Okay.
my lady.
The court will take a tea adjournment. We will resume at 11:30. Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
my lady.
Thank you. Ms. Nube, you are reminded that you are still under oath. I think it's time for cross-examination. Am I correct, Mr. Late? Are you done?
I am done, my lady.
Thank you. Mr. Pihlela?
My lady, there is evidence that we need to place in terms of the instructions that I had received from Ms. Nube
Okay.
that we need to place on record.
Yes, you may proceed.
As your ladyship pleases. Hi, Ms. Nube, how are you?
I'm well, Mr. Pihlela. Thank you.
Yes. Can you tell the court how it happened that you changed premises?
Right. The
Just
first
a second,
interim.
Ms. Nube. People are taking notes and the court is also taking notes. Just bear that in mind when you give evidence.
I mean,
Yes, I'll give you the chance. That's fine. Yes, you may proceed.
At first, we were supposed to occupy the house in Musalo, where a friend has allowed us to utilize the premises. And then later on, that's when Ms. Hannah and Ndade Tobani came in to do the assessment, which it was before we have received patients or any other entities that were supposed to have been submitted.
That was
And
Mr.
then-
Franz. Just a second. Mr. Franz Tobane and who?
Ms. Hannah Yokwabas.
Okay.
They have
Just a second.
done.
Yes.
They have written notes of how many beds can the house allocate, and advise as well that an extension can be done because I was supposed to house 150 patients, and we were with the owner of the house. Later on, when we wanted to do a follow-up, he confirmed that we cannot use the house because he wants to accommodate students, which they'll be paying a lot of money from what we have been estimated to rent the house from.
Mm-hmm. That is Musalo.
That is Musalo. I forgot the house number, but it's diagonal to the one where we hosted the female.
Okay.
Thereafter, when we got the first house in Danville, that's when the assessment was done, where I have asked the officials of Department of Health, which it was Ndade Tobani, Aus Tili, Miss Rochelle, and my uncle, Temba Nube, to communicate and confirm that they would like to use the premises to allocate the users at his home temporarily while we look for a bigger place. Then all the assessment was done, and the department also confirmed the necessary changes that my uncle needed to make so that it can occupy a number of beds just to reduce the number that I was supposed to cover up from that 150. Then after those changes, that's when the department came back. And at that time, I had caught beds because from the beginning, I was supposed to receive children. Then that's when Ms. Hannah Jacobus allocated us to Steve Biko to go and get the normal beds, Senate beds. Then within that, that's when we received those beds. That's when even Dr. Manamela came in and asked us to change the other beds to be proper beds. And then we occupied the Danville facility. Thereafter, while we were occupying the Danville, the day Tobani called in and asked if I can ask one of my uncles that has another house to allocate females, as the anchor house has mixed male and female users, and of which they were a criteria that was suitable for my NGO. And then I've told him that it's going to be the same procedure where they will have to speak to my uncle and confirm with him that it's only temporarily. Even though at that time I didn't want to continue, as all assessment and everything that has been promised to be done, it hasn't been done. Wasn't being done by them.
And what were those promises?
From the beginning, it was a manner of the Department of Health. I would get support from the officials in terms of running a 24-hour center, and as well as making sure that all trainings have been given according to running the organization, as I had no clue on running a 24-hour. And when the users would come, they were supposed to have a team ready to do the assessment and take us through how everything will be ran, but none of those also was done by the Department of Health.
Now, when you initially agreed to form part of this marathon project, what were the requirements that you were told you would need to comply with?
It's a whole list. It's like 30-something lists that you're supposed to be compliant before being issued any certificate or authorization of taking care of any user. And you were supposed to be already been taking care of a 24-hour center, not into something that it's new, that you don't know anything about. And hence the certificate, my certificate, like it was done probably 2 weeks or so before the the users have been received, which I have raised questions of why is it done differently compared to the other years, or how the department worked, as I have a relationship with them for the past 8 years before.
Now, before you joined the Marathon Project, were you running your own NGO or another NGO?
Yes, I was running a daycare for children with severe, profound, and intellectual stimulation center. It's the one that was partnership with Department of Health for 6 or 7 years before, and of which they are the one that found me because I was running the center without the department's partnership. They only came in on board after maybe a year or two when they have heard about the work that we do for the community. And hence the relationship grew yearly after yearly in terms of compliance, in terms of progress, and in terms of any other requirements to run an NPO, and as well as the community feedback that they would receive. Hence, the extended 5-year plan I had prior before Life Esidimeni. Hence, Ms. Hannah Jacobus was also being able to give in a good report on the work that I do for the daycare, and also the sponsors that wanted to donate a land and be able to proceed with that 5-year plan on baby steps, as it doesn't take like a month or two to start that afresh.
So when you joined the project, you understood that you will be continuing in the same vein. Is that correct?
Yes, with different with different consequences, as I've mentioned, that it wasn't ran the way it didn't proceed the way it was supposed to. But because I was under management and they have promised that they will hold my hand and run with the center, because we had a relationship all those years with them. Hence, they also asked for the old NGOs whom had a relationship with them, because we knew how things needs to be ran, and in terms of compliance. And they also knew that I didn't.
No, continue. Apologies for interrupting.
They also knew that I didn't have all compliance list, because I was hesitant towards running it, because it was short notice and everything that happened, it shifted a lot of things. For an example, the changes of receiving users of being adults instead of kids, and as well as changing the bed code, the cot beds, and so forth.
That's already there. These changes you are talking about, is the changes relating to the category of users that you are supposed to receive?
Yes.
And then the other change, you're talking about which one now?
The change of being compliant before being issued any users. You were supposed to have relevant documents, relevant resources, stuff like Hemsa said, it's a 33 requirements that you needed to acquire before being handed or referred a patient of any sort.
So what you're saying is you are not fully compliant, but you were issued with a certificate nonetheless.
Yes, advocate.
Just hold
And
it
who
there.
issued?
Just a second.
Apologies, my lady.
Yes, continue.
And who issued you with the certificate?
The certificate we were issued by Ms. Hannah Jacobus.
Now, during the
This
process,
certificate, just a second. We're talking about the license.
correct, my lady. That is the context I asked the question. I don't know if the witness answered to something differently. The certificate, is it the license? Are you talking about the
Yes,
license?
she has already
that is from
answered,
the
I think.
department.
She has.
Yes,
Thank you,
and
my
before
lady.
you would be issued that, you're supposed to have a health and something that contains regarding your food, regarding the premises, like it's before you could be even issued that certificate, you're supposed to have 3 major certificates before that license being issued, inclusive to that 33 requirement.
Just a second. And which are the certificates? The 3 certificates?
It's the health, it's about the kitchen. I forgot the full name, but it's health and environmental certificate. A team of officials, they do come in, assess the house, the kitchen, everything that you would be using for the users before they can approve you. They do an assessment, then they give you feedback. That's the first certificate. And then the other one, it's the SARS certificate that you need to issue.
Mhm.
And then the other one, it's the bank account. And then the others, it's the number of bedding and the capacity that the house that you'll be using would entail. Like they will tell you, like, the certificate can only accommodate 30 users, nothing more, nothing less. And they come now and again to check if everything is compliant. And I don't have all of those.
No. Mr. Late,
Mr. Late, please mute yourself.
and your camera as well.
Can you please mute yourself? We're hearing everything there. And you must be, thank you very much. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Were you involved at any time during the transportations of the patients that were received from Life Esidimeni facilities to your facility?
Yes, Councillor.
Just hold it there. Yes. The response is yes.
Yes, my lady.
And in what capacity were you involved in this process?
In terms of admin or paperwork because I do not have any knowledge of, I don't have any knowledge of clinical proceedings or diagnosis or anything that has to deal with assessing a user. As previously, the Department of Health will bring their own assessing team for the NGO, and they would also give you a scope of saying, this is how a person would be treated or be cautious of certain diets that they are to follow. And then when we were at the facilities, I would be working with a social worker where they would give us the IDs that matches the, it was IDs that matches that summary file. It was copy of those, but not all users had. It was that, and then because I have asked the management to also give us wheelchairs, because the ones I had, it was for children, and they were utilizing it at that daycare. And the normal, the chairs that they also used when they do the gross motos, that's when I had to speak to the manager of Life Esidimeni to plea to also transport them. That's when they phoned their superior for that request, and then they also sent us with a MEC bus that will carry the wheelchairs and the chairs that they would use in terms of changing stations as per users' physical disability.
Now, this manager of Life Esidimeni, do you still recall who it was? The one you interacted with?
It was a female lady. I don't remember her name, but everyone was there. Even Dr. Lungwane and Messinello was there when that arrangement was made, and everybody saw that we had those equipments being loaded, and the pictures, as I took pictures as well on the first day when they arrived.
Now, if I may refer you to
Yes, continue.
If I may refer you to your statement, it starts on page 1465. We are going to deal in particular with page 1466. It's paragraph 4. It starts on page 1465 and it carries over to page 1466. That is exhibit GG1, my read.
Which paragraph, Councillor?
The last two lines. Let's start at the top, where it says the spreadsheet had already allocated my NGO a total of 150 beds and was supposed to be at Calafong and was handed to me by Hannah Jacobs. What was supposed to happen at Calafong?
At Calafong, we were supposed to be utilizing the old buildings for the users, where I was supposed to receive that 150 patients of children because it was a criteria that I was already servicing the community and the department through the daycare. And why it was allocated Kalafong, it was confirmed that because it's closer to the wards, if there's any emergency, the sisters and doctors, they are close by. And then that's where we were supposed to clean the wards. It was 3 NGOs that was allocated there to utilize those buildings for the users.
So initially you were supposed to be housed at Kalafong, correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And the 3 NGOs that you are referring to, do you still recall?
Yes, it was Anchor House, run by Miss Dorothy Franks, and then it was Shawway, I think it was Dudu, and then the other one, I forgot the lady's name. But when we did renovations and everything, everybody was there.
So you had planned for the children and then that did not come through. How did that affect your planning
Just a second.
and financially?
Yes, continue.
Yes, how did
From
this
the-
affect you?
Like from the beginning, we were told by Ms. Hannah Jacobus that as she was the manager of all NGOs, and we were told that we would get a startup kit to run the renovations and get everything standardly prepared. And then we were supposed to renovate those wards, and it affected me so much that we had to do loans, we had to ask for assistance in terms of getting resources to clean, and we were supposed to buy windows and everything that was needed to run to renovate those buildings, and then also source out cot beds, write proposal letters to different stakeholders and hospitals to assist us with the cot beds. And then it was petrol usage, it was manpower that we had to pay. At that time, I was working as an anchor at a certain organization. So I utilized those funds, and I've also utilized friends and families' donations and the social loans that I had previously. And then that was when, after we have almost settled in terms of putting windows and everything, we were told that it cannot be utilized anymore.
Yes. Now, were you ever reimbursed for this cost?
No, we were advised that when we are to keep all records of everything that we have done, and apparently because we'll be receiving the users' monthly fees together with the SASSA money, that will be able to reimburse those costs, as when you send out claims, you're supposed to attach everything that you have used for that month and send it to Department of Health to show how you have utilized and how you have spent that all the monies that you have used to renovate. And after receiving the money, we're supposed to reimburse all the costs that we have encountered. But then it's a different story with me, because the SASSA I never received, not even with one user, because when I sent out the application, there was a lot of depletes on the user's cards, as I've sent out the proof of that confirmation from Department of SASSA,
Yeah.
sorry.
Are you done? I'm going to ask you, the witness, please, when questions are asked, if it's a simple, the question needs a simple answer, yes or no, you just say yes or no. You're giving too much details, which I don't think some of them are necessary. Mr. Pichela, you must control your witness, please. Everything that she answers is so detailed, and I wonder whether that is relevant. Yes, continue.
While we are on the question of the SASSA cards, I want to refer you to a document that is on page 7698. It's Exhibit R1, my lady.
7698. Exhibit?
R1. This is a statement by Mr. Matlhatsi Theophilus Nofile.
Let me go to the page first. Yes.
Are you on that page?
Yes, Council.
Let's look at paragraph 3. If you count line number 4 from the bottom, the statement starts, the patients were in possession of medical files, prescriptions, medications, SASSA cards, and identification books. We were given overalls to wear while working at the center, blah, blah, blah. Now, do you have any comment on that? Because it seems Mr. Nofile says there were SASSA cards.
I do not know which SASSA card he refers to, because I didn't have one SASSA card for all the users that I had from the beginning until the end. Hence, I have provided the evidence that states that I did not receive any SASSA from any user from the head office of SASSA in Pretoria.
Lady, may I proceed?
Yes, you may.
The other issue that came up during the testimony of Mr. Nofile was that with these SASSA cards, he saw them in your office while a certain Mr. Defo, I believe, was busy in your offices.
Can I proceed, Councillor?
Yes, I want to know about that. Okay. Who did you have working in your front office?
In the front office, sure, there wasn't if I recall properly, there wasn't anyone allocated for the filing up until when we received payments, because there was a lot of issues with staffing. They would go because we were not being paid. And then to clarify Mr. Defu's side, I do not confirm, I do not recall asking him to do any checks on patients' files or any documents that has to do with the users. I do not recall that conversation.
Okay. Let's move along. Now, in the statement, you mentioned a premises in Linwood. What was supposed to happen
Which
there?
statement
It's
now?
in
Her
paragraph
statement.
13. Yes, in
Remember,
her
we were
statement,
now-
my lady.
Are we
Apologies.
going back to the previous statement?
Apologies, my lady.
GG1.
Yeah, that's GG1 on page 1468, paragraph 13. Line number 7, where you're saying they indicated that the house will be utilized for a short period of time, and there was a place earmarked for me at Linwood where patients will be taken to at a later stage. Can you clarify the court on that?
Okay. While we were busy with the housings, because I did confirm to Mr. Tobani that I won't be able to get houses that will accommodate that 150 users that was allocated to me. And then it was a matter of finding a plot and then being able to utilize and accommodate all the users at that premises. And then and that Lanewood one, it came just after when the MEC has come through to all organizations, because we were struggling to get a bigger place and I didn't put in much effort as well.
Okay. There seems to be a misnumbering in terms of your statement, because it moves from paragraph 10 to paragraph 13. There's no paragraph 11 or 12. Be that as it may, in the statement in paragraph 10, if you count from the bottom, is line number 8 or so. It says, I was coerced to take patients and took them to Danville facility. Do you see that part of your statement?
Yes, Council.
Can you explain what you meant by this?
Take patients. It was when the Kalafong facility was no longer being approved for utilization. That's when I was asked to get a house to accommodate the users.
Yes, but here you are saying you were coerced. Who was coercing you? Coercing means to force, if I understand it correctly.
Okay.
You were not agreeable to that, and they were forcing you to take the patients.
I was under the management of Ms. Hannah Jacobus, and when I did confirm that I cannot get houses that will accommodate 150 users, she confirmed that other NGOs are using it on one NGO and utilizing 4 houses. That's how we're supposed to do it. And because that number, it's already been allocated. So in short, it was mostly with Ms. Hannah Yakovas because will be direct in contact with her in terms of progress and everything throughout.
If you look from line number 6 from the top, you are saying you discovered that most of the patients were psychiatric patients and not the criteria that I was promised. What do you mean by that?
Okay, it happened when from the time we were in Waverley, the patients have already been placed in the bus. I started crying out from the Waverley stating that the criteria of these patients, they are not of the NGO, and hence Ms. Lenkwana, Dr. Lenkwana confirmed that she will be the coordinator for us in Atteridgeville, and all assistance will be given throughout.
And you also mentioned that there were 3 additional patients for Bafenyi NGO. What happened to those patients?
They stayed with us for probably a couple of weeks, and it was confirmed that they were gonna be taken from us on the same day, but Mr. Tisetso couldn't come through for those days. And then it was a couple of weeks, and then eventually they came through and sent to Ribafenyi as per confirmation when we were at Waverley.
Now, Ms. Ngube, I understand that you received your first patients on the 23rd of June. Am I correct?
Yes, Advocate.
And on the 23rd of June in particular, were you amongst those that went to fetch those patients?
Yes, I was there, Advocate.
Now, you mentioned that on paragraph 9, just at the bottom there, you're saying there were 22 males with 1 pair of clothing, summary of their files, a container with toothbrush and washing racks. The patients were dirty with unpleasant of urine. All patients were given medication to last for 28 days. I did not receive the entire medical report for the patients. I did not have any professional nurse, dietitian, and occupational therapist readily available. Now, is this what you observed yourself?
Yes, Council.
And what was your staff complement at the time?
Meaning the staff that I had.
Yeah, at Precious Angels.
When the users arrived.
Yeah, when the first time they arrived at your premises, at your NGO.
Approximately not more than 10, if I can recall.
And what type were they?
It was adults. And I remember when we were still at Waverley, I confirmed that.
Let me stop you there. I'm talking about the staff.
Okay.
Your workers, the people that you had hired to assist you with the project, the marathon project, taking care of those patients. I want to know what type of people had you employed at the time?
Yes.
At that time, it wasn't more than 10 staff that I had.
and positions for those people?
I didn't. The positions that there was cleaner, there was a cleaner, there was caregivers, of which, because of the lack of time, I asked the very same staff that was helping with the renovation, because we didn't have money to pay any employees, but I have, because of the relationship I had with those previous people that were helping out, and they knew the communication I had with Department of Health.
Now, did you have a professional nurse at the time?
No, I didn't.
Did you have maybe a psychiatric nurse?
No, I didn't, counsel, because when we had a meeting, I did raise it with the team of Department of Health that with the users that we had, they were supposed to be professionals that are coming through to the center, because mostly it was users on diapers and on wheelchairs and different disabilities.
So you didn't have any
Just
professional
hold it there.
staff?
No, counsel.
Just hold it there. I didn't pick that up, please. Yes, Mr. Can you just repeat the last part that I didn't pick up? The part that the witness had just answered?
The question, my lady, was, so she didn't have any professional staff?
Well, okay. Continue.
And the answer was yes. So when you went to the facility, is it Randfontein or what? On the 23rd? Is it Waverley or Randfontein?
I think Waverley is in Redfontaine, but yes, it was Waverley.
Or at Waverley? Randfontein
Yes,
and
counsel.
Waverley on the 23rd. From Precious Angels who accompanied
Just
you?
a second. She visited both Waverley and Randfontein on the same date.
No, my lady. I think Waverley is based in Randfontein.
Oh, okay. Continue.
Now, from your end, remember you were going there to collect patients, no?
Yes, counsel.
Who accompanied you to assist you in that process? There's a hand, my lady.
Just a second, Mr. Late.
Yes, my lady. Just to not to cause any further problems, the evidence up till now is that Waverley is in Germiston, is not in Randfontein.
And so this is a confusion. It's in.
So
Okay.
that's a definite confusion, my lady.
Because there is another facility which was in Randfontein, isn't it?
That's Rand West. That's
Yes.
correct, my lady.
At this stage, I also thought they are in the same facility, or they're in the same place. So thank you for the.
Thank you very much. I see there is a hand from Mr. Van Bergen.
Yes, my lady, I thought this could be cleared up later, but seeing that Mr. Late has raised it. Yes, your ladyship will recall that the Waverley facility in Germiston was closed on the 31st of May, and the remaining patients from there were transferred to the Rand West facility.
Yes, which is now in Randfontein.
In Randfontein.
Okay, let me just make a note here, just a second.
But it seems to be an innocent error on the part of the witness, my lady. I don't think
yes,
anything
that's fine.
on it.
No, that is cleared
Just
up.
a second. Thank you, Mr. Van Bergen. Continue, Mr. Isela.
Thank you, my lady. So you went to Randfontein to collect patients, no? What I want to know is
She
who
went
accompanied you?
not to Randfontein. Let's not confuse the issues. She went to Waverley. You are talking about, you said you were talking about the date of the 23rd of June.
Yes,
Let it
when
be,
she
if you
collected
want
the
to
first
change it,
batch
let
of
it
patients.
properly be put to the witness, please.
Okay, my lady, what I understand from what has now been said, it appears that Waverley was closed in May.
Correct.
And we are
That is
now
why I'm
talking
saying
about
if
the
you want to
23rd of
correct it,
June.
do it properly with the witness.
Thank you, my lady. I'll proceed as such. Ma'am, on the 23rd of June, 2016, you went to collect patients, correct?
Yes, counsel.
Where did you collect these patients from?
It was the facility in Waverley.
And who accompanied you to go there?
I went with a family friend, which is Penny, because I didn't have any staff.
And who did you meet from the department when you got there?
It was Dr. Lemkwani, Menongebo, and Mr. Mohali.
Now, did you meet with anybody from Life Esidimeni?
Yes, I was interacting with a social worker, and as I said earlier on, with the manager of that facility, where we asked for the resources to come along with.
The question is, did you meet anybody from Life Esidimeni? We are talking on about this particular day of the 23rd of June, 2016. We understand all your interactions, but the question is, did you meet anybody from Life Esidimeni on that particular day?
I believe, my lady, it is the social worker from Life Esidimeni.
Now, on this day in particular, how many patients did you receive on the 23rd of June?
I believe it was 16 or so, because they fitted in a bus, as per statement that I've mentioned.
You can make reference to
15
paragraph
or
9 of
16?
your statement.
What are you saying? 15, 1-5.
Maybe
My
just
lady,
look at paragraph 9 of your statement.
Mr. Pichela, just a second. I just want to go to the evidence. Yes. Did you say 15 or 1-5 or 1-6? Just before you go to the statement.
For me to recall, I need to confirm on the statement while it was still fresh, my lady.
But what did you say before you go to the statement?
I think I estimated 16 or 15.
Okay, all right. So you are referring here to which paragraph of the statement?
Paragraph 9, my lady, on page 1467. GG1.
Yes.
At the bottom there, you indicated that there were 22 males with one pair of clothing and so on, moving along and to the next page. So what I want to understand is, in total, how many patients were handed over to you on that date, on the 23rd of June, if you still recall?
If I still recall, it's probably that 22 males because they fitted a bus, council.
And who handed over the patients to you?
The patients were handed over to Penis. She was helping from Life Esidimeni. It was Dr. Lingwana and Menoneba that was confirming the files and the toothbrush, the pack.
But Miss Ngwe, I'm sorry to interject. I don't understand your evidence. The question is, who handed these patients to you? Just answer the question. You seem to be padding and one doesn't understand what you're saying.
It was Department of Health.
Now, this Penny, is she a nurse? Is she medically trained?
Who's that now?
Penny.
It's
Is it Penny?
that accompanied me to the
Your friend?
Randfontein. Yes, she's my brother's wife because I asked her to help me that day because it was an urgent request. She is not
So it's your brother's?
Why?
Is that
She's
the
not
person you have been referring to as a friend?
Yes.
She's your sister-in-law?
Yes, counsel.
Okay, just so that I understand this scene and how it unfolded. On the one hand, you are with the social worker, correct?
Yes, counsel.
And on the other hand, there is Penny and patients are being handed over to her officially, correct?
Yes, counsel.
Did this happen at the same time? Were you in the same place when this was happening, or were you at different locations, different areas of that place?
It was in the same yard with the other building. It was me and the social worker, and she was with Department of Health, handing over the patients.
Now, did they know that you did not have staff at that time?
I believe they knew, counsel, because with every feedback where we would give accountability, it was still uncertain with the number of staffing.
What is the answer? Did they know?
Yes.
Now, did anybody ask you, why didn't you bring a professional nurse and a psychiatric nurse and maybe an auxiliary nurse to come and assist you in this process?
They knew that I didn't have counsel. Hence, when I explained to Dr. Lingwana that I only asked Penny to help me out because it was an emergency to come through.
Okay.
Somebody is speaking in the background. Can you please? Thank you. Continue.
This, my lady. So this on that day, you together with Penny eventually took the patients over to your premises, correct?
Yes, counsel.
If you go to paragraph 10, you refer to another date of the 28th of June. That is on page 1468. Do you see paragraph 10?
Yes, counsel.
Now, in the preceding paragraph, you've mentioned about on your arrival with the patients, the assessment team had not arrived. You called Hannah Jacobus to
This is
inquire.
not, just a second, Mr. Pichela. Which line on this paragraph?
My lady, it's for me, it's a continuation of from paragraph 9 because it speaks of the same thing where it
Yeah,
now
I just
ends.
want
It's
to know
between
where you are
paragraph 9
reading.
and
It's
10.
fine.
One,
So we are
two,
now
three,
on
four,
paragraph.
five.
Hmm?
We are taking from the previous paragraph. From the top, it's 5. It starts on arrival with the patients at the NGO.
On arrival, but now the line, if you can just say to me, this is line, I see 1, 2, 3. On my
It's
arrival,
line 5,
I found.
my lady, from the top.
Come again?
Line 5 from the top of this paragraph 4, where it carries over.
Is it paragraph 4?
Sorry.
Paragraph 10?
Paragraph 9, man.
Paragraph
9.
9. Oh, we're still
Yes.
on paragraph 9.
Yeah,
Okay,
it
no, I
carries
got
over
it.
to paragraph
Yeah,
10.
no,
my
I
lady.
got it. That's
Yes.
fine. Line
So you're
5,
saying,
yes, on arrival.
yes, that is
Continue.
correct, my lady. You're saying on arrival with the patients at the NGO, the assessment team had not arrived. You called Hannah to inquire from her, and she indicated that they were still busy, but you should continue to admit patients. Yeah? Then you mentioned that nobody from the department came and so on.
Yes, counsel.
Now, what if I'm trying to understand from the entire paragraph 9, you collected the patients were not assessed at Randfontein when you took them on that day. Is that what you're saying with this?
I don't know at Randfontein, but in our organization, at Danville, there was no assessment as we were waiting for the professional team from Department of Health. Hence, I call Ms. Hannah Jacobus.
Did this assessment ever take place when they arrived
No,
at
it didn't.
at your premises? Yeah.
No, it didn't take place until the day. No, it didn't take place.
So you refer to this date of the 28th of June. You say, I went to Randfontein for the second batch of patients. Do you see that?
Yes, counsel.
Who accompanied you on this date to go and collect those second batch of payments patients at Randfontein?
It was one of the caregiver. It was, what's the name? Julia, if I recall.
So she was a caregiver.
Yes.
Did you have any professional clinician with you at the time?
Not still.
In your staff?
Not still.
And who interacted with you at Randfontein on that day?
I believe it was the same social worker from Life Esidimeni.
And who handed over the patients to you?
Not to me, but the caregiver council.
Yes, who did that? Who handed the patients to the caregiver?
The second time, it was still Dr. Lenkwane in May Sinelo.
So even on that day of the 28th of June 2016, they were aware that you did not have any professional staff in your employ.
I believe they were still.
Did any of them inquire from you why you are coming there to fetch patients without any professional staff?
None, no, they didn't, because I explained the person that I was with and their profession.
What did you
And on
explain to
this-
them? Just be clear. We want to understand your evidence.
I explained that she was a home-based caregiver. She
Who?
wasn't a nurse, she wasn't a clinician.
Who is that now?
Julia.
She was just a home-based care.
Home-based caregiver, yes, Judge.
That's all it is there.
Yes, and
What was the reason for this explanation if they didn't ask you? Specifically in relation to Julia. I'm listening.
the question is, why did you have to explain yourself? Why did you have to explain about this, Julia, if it was not asked?
I explained even on the first time when I went with Upen.
But now the question is why?
It was also to emphasize that still I didn't have like relevant requirements as her requirements were requested.
I don't understand this. You didn't have what?
I didn't have a professional nurse or a clinician.
Continue, Mr.
Thank you, my lady. You referred in paragraph 13 now, no? You relate to an incident where you had to go and assist Anchor House. Do you still recall that incident?
Yes, Counsel.
What happened?
I was called by Mr. Tobani, confirming that can't I ask one of my uncles to help us with the house because the anchor house had mixed patients, and those patients were a criteria that my organization was hosting. And then because the users were not supposed to be mixed with the psych patients, and the MEC and the HODs and all the officials were coming through to the NGO, and everybody was going to be in trouble.
So you were called to offer assistance?
Yes, Council.
And even when this happened, do you still remember how many patients you had to take from Anchor on that day?
If I recall, it was approximately 8 or 7.
And who handed over these 8 patients to you?
They didn't hand them over to me, but to Sis Julia, because I asked her to accompany me as well. I was talking to Mrs. Dorothy.
Mrs. Dorothy Franks.
Yes, Council.
Sis Julia, is she
Just
the
a
care
second.
worker?
This question, just a second, Mr. Pikela. This question is not answered. Who handed the patients to this Julia? Because it's not you, it's not you. So who handed these patients to her?
Outside, it was Dr. Manamela, Ms. Hannah, and Ms. Rochelle Garden, and I believe Dr. Tobani. And then I was in the office with Ms. Dorothy, sorting out we were trying to get the files, but they didn't have them ready.
Yes, but who handed, the question is, do you know who handed these patients because they were coming to your NGO? Who handed the patients to Julia? That's all what we want to know. Do you know?
No, I don't.
But the patients were handed. How did you receive the patients? From whom were these patients received?
They were at the anchor house.
Yes, but how did they come to be in your hands, you and Julia? Or whoever, even if it's Julia is part of your NGO, isn't it? How did they come to you? Because you went to fetch the patients. Somebody should have handed the patients to either you or Julia. Who is that? We understand that there was Dr. Manamela, there was whoever, Tovani, and who? It was Dr. Manamela, Tovani, and who? Anna Jacobus.
Yes, she was also there, and Rochelle.
Yes, but who handed these patients to you?
I believe it was also with Miss Dorothy Franks, because she was telling me their names. Miss Dorothy Franks was telling me their names. And then as they went in the bus.
Okay, who from the department was overseeing that process?
Ms. Hannah Jacobus, Dr. Manamela, Ms. Rochelle Gordon. Because I remember that there was an incident.
So as these patients names were called, they were getting on the bus, all these people were there observing that process unfold.
Yes, Council.
Just hold it there. Yes.
You mentioned an incident. What incident is that?
When the users were being put in the bus, there was one lady, by that time I didn't know her name, but it was the late May Julia Macapella. Then that's when she was being moved, Ms. Hannah Jacobus mentioned to Dr. Manamela that we can't take the late because the sister is the one that was troublesome at the meetings, and they are busy with, I think it was a court case or whatsoever, and they will be in trouble with that. And then
Who said what?
Ms. Hannah Jacobus confirmed that we can take the late Miss Virginia Macapella to the NGO because this was the lady that they are busy in a court case, or they will be in trouble some with. And then that's when Dr. Manamela confirmed that no, it will be sorted out because at the later stage, because they needed to clear the point of moving the females that are on wheelchairs from the psych patients. Everybody observed and heard everything.
Now, I want you to look at paragraph 13 of your statement on page 1469 at the bottom there.
Which paragraph,
Now,
Council?
paragraph 13, 1-3, on page 1469.
Okay.
Which paragraph at the bottom?
My lady, it's
Which line?
line it starts on line 8 from the bottom.
Yes. How does it read?
Start with Dorothy showed me patients, and at that stage, Dr. Manamela and Hannah Jacobus had an argument regarding one patient who was later identified as Virginia Macapella. Hannah reminded Dr. Manamela that the said patient was related to a lady who was always troublesome in meetings. Is this the incident that you're describing?
Yes, Council.
And then what happened then?
Hence, I did confirm that it was confirmed that it will be sorted out at the later stage. The emergency, it was to move the bedridden patients from the anchor house to us as the NEC and the other officials were coming through.
Now, you're saying here, line number 3, additional 11 female patients from Anchor House were brought by Mr. Mohale to Masalo House, which brought the total to 20 female patients.
Yes, Council.
This was done on the same day.
I believe so. No, it wasn't the same day. I don't remember the date. I will send it over.
But would you say it was the same day? You don't remember the date, but would you say it was the same day?
Remember, we're
No.
talking about the date. Okay.
What is the response?
It's no.
So it was not the same day.
After?
Just a second. Are you saying it was not on the same day?
No, my lady.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I want us to look at paragraph 14. We have the first deceased person there, Julia Kidiboni Shawway or Shawway. The first bullet there, my lady.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes. What do you know about this deceased person?
I don't know much about her because I wasn't interacting or fully attending to patients, to her or any other patient.
What do you mean fully?
I wasn't handling the users. I was more of administering the running of the organization. Hence, the caregivers were the one that was taking care of the users as per their certificates confirmed.
So this information that you included in this statement under oath, where was it obtained?
When I was in the witness protection program, we would be arranged in different facilities as I was moved from one place to the other. And then I believe they would stamp it like on the last page, as I see it says Benoni. That was at that time I was in Benoni.
No.
I don't think you understand this question, ma'am. Just a second, Mr. Pitlela. This information, Ms. Ngube, you are telling us that you are not involved, you are not fully interacting with the patients, you are more on the administrative side. What council wants to know is this information that you have put in this paragraph or in the whole statement, where did you get it from in respect of this deceased? If you are not involved, as you say.
The caregiver would give the information, my lady.
So you were merely relating what you were told?
Yes, counsel.
Continue, Mr.
Is it the same with Mr. Makhoba?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Joseph Muhumuzi?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Virginia Macapella?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Daniel Charles?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Christina Herbst?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Soli Mashiro?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Sarafina Ngobo?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Terence Chaba?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Sipiwe Makunga?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Eric Mashilwani?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Koko Nene?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Jeremiah Mudise?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Matlakala Elizabeth Mutwahai?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Sipati Pilani?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Elizabeth Buota?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Magdalene Falyun?
Yes, counsel.
Mr. Lucky Maseko?
Yes, counsel.
Miss Mr. Sipiwe Tabete,
Yes, Council.
and Mr. Julian Peterson.
Yes, Council.
So you are saying that all the information that we see in paragraph 14 in respect of these deceased persons is not first-hand information. It is you were indicating what you had been told. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Council, in all of them.
Thank you. Now, in paragraph
Just
15,
a second. I see it's now 1 o'clock. I don't know whether you're going to, are you proceeding with the statement and how much time do you need? Do you want to finish with the
my lady,
statement? I think it's not
we
that
still
much.
have a few.
I think you can
Yeah, but-
finish it. Come again?
I'm looking at the remaining paragraphs. We're running up to paragraph 18.
We are now, we are now on 15.
On paragraph 15.
Mm.
Perhaps the witness also for her comfort, she's been on the stand since the morning. Maybe we can adjourn and come back. I don't think I'll need more than 30 minutes when we come back.
Okay. Where is the interpreter? Do you have the interpreter? Nelly Siwe?
Yes, Judge, we do.
Yeah, I want to see him. Is he there?
Yeah, my lady.
Okay. Can you warn the witness as we're going to take the lunch adjournment now?
As the court pleases. Sisi, njengoba sizothatha i-lunch manje, uyatshelwa ukuthi ukhumbule ukuthi ungakhulumi namuntu, ungaxoxi namuntu ngalolu daba, uze ubuye la, awuvunyelwa ukuxoxa namuntu, uyazwisisa? Understood, my lady.
The court will take a lunch adjournment and we will resume at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes, court pleases, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
now reconvened. The witness is reminded that she's still under oath. Mr. Pitlela?
Thank you, my lady, as the court pleases. Ms. Muga, before the lunch break, we were about to deal with paragraph 15 of your statement on page 1471. If you can just go to paragraph 15 of your statement. Exhibit GG1, my lady.
Yes, I'm there.
I'm there, counsel.
Thank you. Do you still recall when the first death occurred at Precious Angels?
No, advocate.
You don't recall, no?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, no, that is fine. Now, after the first death had occurred, were you ever visited by anybody from the department?
No, counsel, what I can also recall is that when it occurred, I phoned in Mr. Lehau because I didn't know what to do from that point. Then he directed me in terms of phoning the relevant officials.
And by relevant officials, who are you referring to?
The EMS, the police, and others, they didn't have family members.
When you say others didn't have the family members, what do you mean? Who are these others?
I'm talking about the users, my lady.
The deceased?
Yes, my lady.
Now, in paragraph 15 in particular, you mention that you were visited. That is from line number 3 from the top of paragraph 15. Do you see that?
Where it states from Dr. Manamela in the officials.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. In regards to this one, it was when it was a lot of dates that had occurred. And it was when the MEC was closing a lot of NGOs. That was the visit that I was referring to.
Do you still have a recollection of the date, perhaps, when this visit came about?
The pictures that I've just sent on the evidence, they would give the date.
Where are those pictures?
It was a picture where the MEC and all the officials were there. And the same date we had a meeting with all the NGOs. Councillor Kela would have them.
Oh, the pictures with the notes.
Yes.
Do you have any other copy of these pictures? If maybe we can make available to the other parties.
The picture is not on record, but where are we getting with that? In any event, is it going to help us?
No, my lady. I wasn't gonna deal with the I merely wanted to put a date to the meeting, but the pictures themselves, because the ones that I have are copies and there are notes that are handwritten on the copies.
Okay, let's proceed.
As your ladyship pleases. Now, you mentioned that you were unpaid for a period of 3 months.
Yes, applicant.
Did you ever sign a service level agreement with the Gauteng Department of Health?
Yes, I did. I think it was 2 or 3 service level agreements because they changed.
Do you recall when you signed the first one?
The first one, not really, but it was before we had vendor numbers.
So how did this non-payment affect you in the manner in which you could be able to take care of the mental health care users? My lady, I think it was yesterday, if I recall, to the other witness.
No. Oh, okay. Was it not yourself? I think you asked this question, unless if I'm mistaken.
No, I think I remember speaking about the problems. The opening was about the problems that she had. We haven't really dealt specifically with that. I'll defer to your ladyship but I don't recall.
Continue. Let's hear what she says.
To capture the question.
No, you can just repeat it.
The question was, this non-payment, how did it affect you in the manner in which you could take care of the patients, the mental health care users? And by you here, I mean as precious angels.
I had to make loans everywhere because on daily basis, we would ask for donations for diapers, as most of the patients were using diapers, and wipes with gloves, and the shortage of medication. And
you need an interpreter at this stage. Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Pichel.
What is that?
She's struggling a bit, my lady. I was asking her if she needs an interpreter because I can see that she's struggling to.
But I told her to tell the court if she doesn't understand, and she has been doing well. What is wrong now? Is there something that you don't understand here?
It's a matter of translating from isiZulu to the English and answering directly to the question that has been asked, my lady.
But you have been doing very well. Why a sudden change? You have been doing very well from the morning. All right. In any event, we can't deny you that opportunity, but I indicated, I was clear to you that where you struggle, you must tell the court. But you have been doing very well. I don't understand whether. Okay, where is the interpreter? Are you going to repeat the question?
I will, my lady.
Nelly, see where?
I don't see the interpreter, my lady.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting for the question.
Okay, Nelly, just move her away from the camera. She will come back because I think she's still preparing herself. We want you to assist here. Yes, she can appear now.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready to? You
Yes,
seem
I
not
am.
to. You seem to be standing. Are you
I'm not
comfortable?
standing, I'm seated. I'm seated, my lady.
Oh, okay. Your names again?
My names are Gladys Shawway.
Come again?
Gladys
Gladys.
Shawway. Yes, ma'am. Yes, my
Miss
lady.
Gladys Shawway.
Yes, my lady.
Are you a song interpreter?
Yes, my lady, I am.
Do you swear that you will interpret the proceedings from English to Zulu and Zulu to English to the best of your ability?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you very much. You may proceed. There was a question that was asked here. Mr. Pitlela will ask the question again, and you will interpret
my
it
lady.
to the witness. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady, as the court pleases. The question was, this non-payment, how did it affect you in the manner in which, or in the quality of care that you could give to this mental health care patients?
Lokhu kungakhokhwa noma kungabhadalwa kuye kwakuthinta ngendlela enjani sebenzeni kwakho nalama patients.
Ngike ngaluza i-staff esiningi ebengisi-inquiry from ku-Department of Labour.
Just
Okay.
hold it there. Just hold it there. Continue.
I lost a lot of stuff that I had acquired from the Department of Labour.
Yes, continue.
Ngangena ey'kweletini zoku-transporta ama-caregiver to the facility.
I got into debt that I acquired from transporting the caregivers from the facilities. Yebo, ma'am.
Ngayenza ama-loans wokuthola izimpahla nokudla namanapukeni, a lot of resources.
I made loans to get clothes, food, a lot of resources.
Just hold it there. Yes.
Yebo, ma'am.
Is that all?
Imoto
Okay.
yaripossesswa
My car
because
got
bengakwazi
repossessed.
ukubhadelwa, ngingakwazi nalaba engiqashe khona baye bangi-excuse because bengakwazi ukubhadela yonke imali bengiyisebenzisa for amanapukeni.
My car got repossessed because I could not pay it. Where I was accommodated, I was also excused because I could not pay. All the money was spent on napkins.
All the money was spent on?
On napkins.
Yes.
Yebo, ma'am.
Continue, Mr. Pitlen.
Yes, is that all how you were affected by this non-payment?
Iye yakuthinta ngaleyo ndlela kuphela indaba yokungakhokhwa kwakho.
Yebo, ngasho ukuthi because ngike ngakhavarisha wonke uma ngithi ama-resource ngisho konke okuphathena izinto zokunakekela iziguli in terms of from ekuqaleni till the end.
When I say resources, I mean everything that pertains to taking care of the patients from the beginning till the end. Yes, I can say so.
Okay.
Just a second. Continue.
Yebo, ma'am.
During this time, did you have any problems with shortages of food?
Ngaleso sikhathi ingabe uye waba nenkinga ye-shortage yokudla?
Bekunganalanga engathi ama-patient bewangadli because ngikhumula ngenza ne-loan to eThepomo.
There is no day that I would say the patients would go without anything to eat because I even made a loan at Tepom.
That's all it there.
And what kind of menu were you able to provide for? What kind of food?
Imenu noma ukudla kunjani bokwazi ukubanikeza kona.
Bengisebenzisa umenu bese usebenzisa ku daycare.
I used the menu that we made use of at the daycare.
And which was?
Bekuyini sis?
Beku menu like besu thola from apartment and then every day beyine different benomehluko kudla kumele si provide but not every day besikwazi ukunikela accordingly.
It is the menu that we got from the department, which made provision for different food to be provided, but it's not every day that we could provide as it came.
Yes, but tell the court what kind of food were you able to provide?
Atshele ke ukuthi bekukudla kunjani ebukwazi ukubanikeza kona.
Bebane breakfast la bathola khona i-porridge bese kuba i-tea time kube isinkwa.
Just cut. You're saying a lot of things, please.
They had breakfast where they got porridge, and then it would be tea time where they got bread.
Bese kube i-lunch la bathola i-full meal, thola maybe kuba i-rice nenyama ekhona ne-veg bese kuba i-snack kuba i-fruit.
It would be lunchtime where they would get rice, meat, a vegetable that would be available, and the fruits.
Bese kuba ntambama kuba isapha.
Then in the evening it would be supper.
Continue.
And ntambama bese kuba isapha.
And medication, were you linked?
Can
Sorry?
you come again?
Were
Come
you
again?
linked to any particular clinic or hospital?
Mr. Pichela, just a second. I couldn't pick that up.
I said medication, my lady.
What about medication?
Were they linked to any hospital or clinic?
Okay.
Ke medication ke ingabe ikhona i-clinic noma isibhedlela obulinked naso, usebenzisana naso.
Besingekho.
No, there was not.
So how did you deal with that?
Yes, what is the response?
No, there was not.
Your NGO was not linked to any clinic. Is that what you're saying?
The NGO yakho ibingekho linked ne-clinic. Usho kanjalo sis?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
Yes, that's what I said.
And how did you deal with that?
Manje ke ubudilisha kanjani nalokho? Wenza kanjani?
Medication lo bosiphelela like i-spray sokupompa. At that time singakakhokhelwa bengicela usizo from one of the NGOs Sister Patricia as ube ne-clinic yakhe and besonke ku-organization kulo
You're
marathon.
saying lots of things. Just give the interpreter to interpret.
The spray that is used to pump, when it ran out, I asked from Sister Petronella, who's from one of the Patricia, sorry, ma'am, Sis Patricia, who is from one of the NGOs.
And then
I don't
And then
come again, ma'am. I think she started by saying I'm not that well conversant with Zulu, but she said the medication when it ran off, for an example, the pump. That's how. Am I correct, Miss?
yes, my
Okay.
lady.
Yes, are you done?
You spoke to Sister who?
Patricia Mbasha.
Patricia Mbasha.
And then what about her?
Ebenze njani ke uPatricia Mbasha?
Bengiya ne-script sokukhomba ukuthi i-patient ithatha i-pump enje and then ube kwazi ukumnikeza the same as the engisuke ngicela.
I'll go to her with a script that shows what kind of pump the patient is using, and then I'll be given what I had requested for.
Ezinye
Just a second.
kwathathwa
Yes.
makuzele ekugcineni kula i-Department of Health baye bathumela uMr Mohale azolanda ama-script akwazi ukushintshwa.
Towards the end, it is then that the Department of Health sent a Mr. Mohale, and that was then that the scripts were changed.
And basithumela ukuthi silande medication ngase Steve Biko.
They then sent for us to go fetch medication from Steve Biko.
Okay. When we look at paragraph 15, you refer to line number it starts from line number 5, where you are saying
But you go paragraph 15. Or you go line number 5, paragraph 15.
Where you are saying Mr. Dani Mahlangu then instructed Dr. Manamela to finalize the issue regarding Wood facility and to further ensure that I receive proper training. Do you see that paragraph?
That is this line 5 from the bottom.
Correct, my lady. Paragraph 15.
Yes.
So line 5, so you then answer paragraph 15. We am wondering, says.
Yebo.
This training that you are referring to here, what was the training about?
Le training okhuluma ngayo lapho kulowo muva ibi-training yani?
Ngike ngachaza ukuthi i-background yami ikanjani and then ibe yokurana throughout i-facility 24-hour center And
Thank you. I think we may proceed.
Yes, court, please, my lady.
I see, just a second, a few others are still joining. All right, proceed. I see when we're all kicked out of the meeting, your last question was this training that you are talking about on this paragraph where you have been referred to. What was it all about, or what was it? Mrs. Interpreter?
Okay. Mama, umbuzo ke bekuwukuthi i-training le okhuluma ngayo ku-paragraph 5 noma ku-paragraph le ifundiwe bekuyi-training yani ebiphethelene nani?
yokumanager i-24-hour center and nehlelo la zonke izinto kumele zenzeke ngemfanelo nokuba
To manage a 24-hour center, program about how things supposed to be done. Programming. Yes, ma'am.
nokuba kuthi kube ne-profession ehambelana ne-24-hour center.
And then there should be a profession that goes along or that corresponds with a 24-hour center.
A profession or professionals?
A profession.
Profession.
Huh?
She said profession.
Yes.
Hello, ma'am.
That
is all.
Was this training ever provided to you?
Ingabe white
Thereafter.
Layer training. Emva kwalokho.
Azange iyenzeke kuamanye NGO bekuama daycare after yonke into seyivaliwe.
No, it happened to the other NGOs. after the daycare had closed.
Not
Uthini,
daycare.
after
Amanye like i-life esidimeni ama-organization we-life esidimeni masewavaliwe, and then ke kwaba ne-training wonke ama-NGO.
after the organizations of Life Esidimeni were closed, then there was a training for all the NGOs.
Did you attend that training?
Ingabe nawe uye wa-attend waba yingxenye yabaya ku-training?
Ngathenda kayi-1 ngoba sanikola umanual because bekumele kube yinto enzakala for isikhashana ngoba umsebenzi omningi kakhulu.
I went once. I was given a manual. In okunye ubutheni ngomsebenzi omningi.
Ngoba i-training leyo beyihamba ngama-section wakhona umsebenzi omningi.
The training was done in sections. It had a lot of work.
But this was after people had already died at Precious Angels, correct?
Richards. Ingabe lokho kwenzeke emva kokuthi sekushone abantu Richards angizwanga ukuthi ibizwane le organization.
Precious Angels, Precious.
Precious Angels.
Yebo,
Angels.
Yes, it is correct. So.
I see some of the things in paragraph 16 and 17. I think you have covered some of those things.
Okay, lezi ezinye paragraph 16 no 17 kubukeka ngathi usuzikhavarishile.
Yebo.
Yes.
Please refer to paragraph 18 on page 1472.
Page 1472, but you have paragraph 18.
Dikon.
I'm there.
Just please read the entire paragraph.
Ngifunda yonke leyo paragraph.
Yebo.
I'm done.
Let's start with the opening of that paragraph where you were saying you're taking into consideration about everything that has happened. I was not ready to deal with adult patients, nor to deal with patients on a 24-hour basis. You go further to say, yeah, no, you can interpret. I don't want it to be a long story.
You read a lot already, sir. Can you come again? Read small.
Do you just
I
let
do
me
not have the document with me.
Can somebody display that on the screen, please? Nelisiwe?
Judge, putting it on the screen will just interfere with the recordings on YouTube, but I'll try open the...
Okay, but what I wanted to ask, the interpreter was assisting us yesterday, could access case line. Can this one not also do the same?
She can, Judge. I'll do it for her.
Okay, please. If there's somebody has already displayed it, maybe we can, in the meantime, continue. Can you see something, Ms. Sotle?
I do see paragraph 18, my lady. It is Miss Shawway.
You see it on the screen?
Yes, I do, my lady.
Yes, okay. Mr. Pitele has just read the first sentence. If you can just look at it quickly.
Paragraph 18, taking into consideration. Ithi-ke yabona lo mugca wokuqala ke wena mem uthini ke na usubheka konke njena wena ubungekho ready ukusebenza nama-patients abantu abadala noma ukusebenza nama-patients on a 24-hour basis. Uyawubona lapha i-sentence yokuqala sis?
Yebo ma.
Yes, I heard the interpretation of the first sentence.
Continue.
I believe that by allowing the Department of Health to place mental health care under my care without any adequate physical or financial resources put their lives in danger. Do you see that?
Yes, ukuthi na uqhubeka laphayana uthi-ke ukholelwa ukutheni wena ke ukuthi i-Department of Health ibeke iy'mpilo zalama-patients engcupheni noma engozini ngokuthi babashiye phansi kwecare yakho kodwa ungenakho i-physical noma ama-financial resources ukuthi banakekele noma anele ukuthi banakekele. Ngokwenze njalo baye bababeka engcupheni. Uyizwile kanjalo sis?
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Yes, I see the following sentence.
Now, this physical and physical resources, what are you referring to there?
Now, ukhuluma ngama-physical resources, ubukhuluma ngani ke lapho?
Ukwazi ukuthi banakekelwa kanjani from eqaleni kuze kube sekugcineni and nokwazi ukuthi badla kanjani.
Knowledge of how they are supposed to be taken care of from the beginning till the end. Knowledge of how or what they're supposed to be fed or they're supposed to be eating. Nani futhi?
Nokwazi ukuthi i-stimulation sabo sisetshenzwa kanjani.
Knowledge of how their stimulation is supposed to be worked with. Yebo.
Nama-comorbidities we-disabilities noma any other kugula bazabe banakho or beze nabo in fact.
And the comorbidities of their disabilities and any other ailment that they came with.
Okay. Now, you also say that you believe that the way this entire project of placing patients at NGOs was not properly planned. Do you see that?
Kuthi-ke wena ukholelwa ekutheni ukuthi yonke indlela okwenze ngayo yokubeka labantu kwe-NGO kazange ihlelwe kahle. Uyayibona leyo sentence? Angisayiboni ngemini phambili. I see that.
And in the next paragraph, you're saying that you agree that the license handed to you was not properly issued, as normal procedures were not followed, and I was not yet in possession of an NPO certificate.
Ke wena ukuthi ukholelwa ekutheni ne-license ophe yona ayishuyanga ngendlela efaneleyo futhi ubungenayo noma yebo ubungeyena umphathi we-NPO certificate.
Yebo ma ngiyabona.
Yes, I see that.
Now, are you saying that at the time when patients were transferred to you from Randfontein, you were not yet registered as an NPO?
Ingabe wena uthi-ke ngaleso sikhathi ama-patients. Can you repeat the question again?
At the time when you received patients from Randfontein or Rand West, you were not registered as an NPO.
Ngenkathi-ke wena wamkela ama-patient from Rand West, wena ubungakaregisterwa njenge-NPO.
Bengiregisterile and besi na few days and then the relevant requirements bezingekho in place still?
I was registered. It was for a few days and the relevant requirements were not still there.
I'm going to ask you a question. You can choose whether to answer it or not. But
Uthi-ke uzokubuza umbuzo olandelayo.
Just before, okay, you can complete your interpretation, Miss Interpreter.
Uthi-ke uzokubuza lo mbuzo, umbuzo azokubuza wona ummeli, uyokhetha-ke wena ukuthi awuphendula noma awuphenduli.
Yes, before you proceed, I just want to clear this one. When you say the relevant requirements were still not there, what are you talking about here?
Nawuthi-ke ama-relevant requirements ebengakabi khona. Yini-ke leyo khuluma ngayo sethi?
Ngikhuluma for example, i-certificate sakwa health sokukhomba ukuthi ikhishi li-right ukuthi lisetshenziswe
Just say one thing, okay. then leave the interpreter to interpret, please.
For example, I'm referring to the kitchen certificate from the Department of Health.
You must control the witness, Mrs. Interpreter.
About zone certificate.
Intoni certificate, ma'am?
Zone certificate.
Zone.
Yeah, mama.
Z-O-N-E. A zone certificate. Nani futhi sesi?
Or SARS.
SARS.
Ne-certificate kumele sisho ukuthi nginakekela abantu abadala, not abantwana, nenamba yabo ukuthi bayingaki.
Any certificate that indicates that I am caring for adults and also stating their number.
For adults and not children, ne?
Yes.
Yes, my lady.
Continue, Mr. Pichel.
Court, please, my lady. As I said, I'm going to ask you this question. You can choose whether to answer it or not.
Kumele-ke usabuyekeza ukuthi lo mbuzo azokubuza wona khona manje, wena usuzokhetha-ke ukuthi uyawuphendula noma cha ukhetha ungawuphendula.
Now, in the circumstances that you are describing here, why did you agree to take this patient?
Uthi-ke kule simo osichazayo, ingani wena wavuma ukwathatha ama-patients?
Ngicela ungawuphenduli umbuzo, ma. Ungazi ukuthi ngizozichaphazela.
I asked not to answer this question. Do not want to incriminate myself.
Just hold it there. Continue.
My lady, that is all for now.
Thank you.
Yes, court, please.
You can remove that from the screen. That page, thank you. Yes. If I may find out as to who wants to proceed from the team of Mr. Wadbringer. Mr.
May it please you, my
Samboni?
lady, as matters stand, we don't have any questions.
Mr. Huedes?
May it please the court, my lady. At this
Yes.
stage, we don't have any questions for this witness, but with the court's indulgence, we reserve the right to cross-examine at a later stage.
Thank you. Mr. Piner?
May it please the court, my lady, at this stage, I would request the indulgence to reserve the right to cross-examine unless something, in case something more stringent comes to the fore.
Thank you.
May it please the court, my lady.
Mr. van Bergen?
Thank you, my lady. At present, I don't have questions, but should something arise, I will approach your ladyship for leave to cross-examine at a later stage.
Thank you. Ms. Hassim?
My lady, it's me today, not Ms.
Okay.
Hassim. My lady, there have been quite a fair number of changes to the evidence through the course of today, and I've tried to rework some of my cross-examination as we've gone. So I'm happy to start and see where we get to by 4 o'clock, if you're comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Ngube.
Good afternoon, Counsel.
Judge, sorry, my lady, I should have started by just explaining to you what the focus of my cross-examination would be, as I think the practice has developed. My lady, my aim here is to examine the deaths which took place at Precious Angels. Specifically, there were 20 deaths out of approximately 56 mental health care patients. So that's more than a third of the people at Precious Angels that died in a 6-month period, and half of those mental health care users were the family of our clients. So my questions will look at the licensing of Precious Angels, the qualifications and applicable to Ms. Ngube staff, and then I'd like to ask some questions on the specific care given to certain individual deceased whose families we represent.
Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, my name is Nasreen Rajab Badlenda. I am counsel for the families of the 44 deceased mental health care patients, and I also represent the South African Depression and Anxiety Group.
Understood. I understood. I heard you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Ngube,
just before we proceed, I think I'm having some difficulties of hearing the interpreter. I don't know whether it's me alone. I don't know whether you are too far from, but don't be too close also. Yes, okay. Let's proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, you gave evidence before Justice Moseneke in the arbitration. Do you recall that?
Ngabe yakhumbula ma'am ukuthi wanikeza ubufakazi phambi kwa-Justice Moseneke kwi-arbitration. Yakhumbula lokho sis?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, I do.
And do you stand by that evidence?
Samile ngalobo bufakazi bakho abushintshe.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
That's all did there. Continue.
And you've also made several statements that you went through with Mr. Late this morning. You recall those?
Yakhumbula ke ama-statements oye wawathrough wona namhlanje ekuseni.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes, I do.
And you've confirmed those statements, correct?
Wakonfirma waqinisekisa ukuthi aliqiniso lawo ma-statements kunjalo.
Yeah, ma'am.
Correct, so.
Okay, and then you've also given oral evidence to this court today, which was led by your legal representative, Mr. Piklela.
Namhlanje futhi wethula obakho ubufakazi lana enkantolo kunjalo.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yes.
And in your oral evidence today, there are some new things that we haven't heard before in the arbitration or in your statements.
Ke kubufakazi obethule namhlanje kukhona okusha okuvelile abangazange bakuze ku-arbitration, abazange futhi kubonakale nokuma statements abo.
That's all.
Yes.
That's all did there. Yes, continue.
So, Ms. Ngube, I'd like you just to bear with me today as I try and piece together all three of those different bits of evidence as I ask you questions.
Ke sizonyamezela ke namhlanje neza ngokuhlanganisa ke ingozi zobufakazi bakho bonke ke namhlanje.
Yeah.
Understood.
Okay, so I'd like to start then just by going back to the beginning. If you look at page 1465, that is exhibit GG1, your general statement.
Ke page 1465.
You'll tell me when you have it.
Also, we pass a letter statement says. So figure the photo page 1465.
That's right.
Or figure it up a minute. Are you
Yeah.
there? Yes, I am there. Page 1465.
Thank you. Now, if you start, you look at paragraph 2, your evidence is that you operated a daycare center for children with severe, profound, and intellectual disabilities.
Take lapho paragraph 2. Lapho chaza khona ke bona ukuthi burana i-daycare center yey'ngane futhi ezinezidingo ezinjani. Uyichazile lapho.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you did that since 2010, is that correct?
Lokho ke ukwenze kusukela ka-2010. Kunjalo ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And that daycare received some subsidy from the Gauteng Department of Health, is that right?
I-daycare center yakho lithole subsidy ephuma kwa-Gauteng Department of Health.
Yeah.
Yes, it did.
Okay. Then you look at paragraph 3, and there you refer to receiving an email from Ms. Jacobus on 9 November 2015.
Bheka ke paragraph 3 la ukhuluma khona ukuthi wathola i-email evela ku-Jacobus.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I see that.
Okay, and that email invited you to attend a meeting regarding the
Ibig
termination, sorry?
mema ke ukuthi uzo-attenda i-meeting ethize leyo email.
Yeah.
Yes,
And the meeting was about the termination of the Life Esidimeni contract.
Yeah.
i-meeting, yes.
Okay. Now, as I understand your evidence, you knew Hannah Jacobus and Rochelle Gordon.
Ke indlela kuzwa ngayo ubumazi uHannah Jacobus noRochelle Gordon. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you
Yes,
used
just hold it there. Yes.
and that was because you used to report to them monthly for your daycare center, is that right?
Ubazi ngoba ubureporta kubona on a monthly basis nge-daycare center yakho. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And you couldn't make the first meeting you invited to.
Awuzange ukwazi ukuya kule meeting yokuqala abe bakumema kuyona. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just hold it there. Yes.
So you received another email from Hannah Jacobus.
Wasuthola enye futhi email ebuya kuHannah Jacobus. Kunjalo sis?
Yeah.
Yes.
And you subsequently attended a meeting in February 2016.
Kodwa ukuthi ngoFebruary 2016 uyakwazi ke ukuthi ube khona kuleyo meeting. Kunjalo?
Yeah.
Correct. So
Just
Which-
hold it there. Yes.
And that meeting was co-chaired by Dr. Manamela and Nonreba Senelo.
Dr. Manamela Nonocelo C.
Senelo.
Yeah.
Yes, it is correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, at that meeting, you were told that you had been allocated 150 beds to you and your NGO, correct?
Kuleyo mhlangano ke uye watshelwa ke wena ukuthi unikelwe imibhede ewu-150 kwi-NGO yakho. Yes.
And that you would occupy a space at Kalafong Hospital, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this point, as I understood it, you also knew Dr. Manamela, and she was aware of your 5-year plan.
Just hold it there.
Phansi ubusumazi uDr. Manamela futhi nayo eseyazi i-5-year plan yakho.
Bengimazi ngegama ngingakamithi in person. kodwa onke ama-planks ran through Ms. Hannah, then to Dr. Manamela as her senior.
I knew her, but I had not yet met her in person, and all the plans ran through Hannah. Dr. Manamela. Correct me? And all the plans ran through Hannah to her.
Come again?
Yeah,
You
mama.
knew her, but you have not yet met her. And about Hannah?
Ngaze igama lakhe, ngimaze ngegama, not in person.
I knew only her name, but not in person.
Yes. What about Hannah Jacobus?
And then Hannah yena.
Uye ubesti direct interaction wonke besebenza no Hannah, and then ube reporter ku Dr. Manamela.
All the interactions were made to Hannah, and she reported to Dr. Manamela.
Okay.
Just before you proceed, I'm going to request the interpreter again to control the witness so that she shouldn't be saying too many things. She must just say something and the interpreter interprets and then go on. She shouldn't be saying lots of things at the same time. And I keep on saying this, the interpreter is not interpreting this to the witness. Mrs. Servo?
Mamela ke sesini. Ze uthi na ukhuluma ni ukhulume ngengcezu angithi.
Yebo.
Kakhuluma umusho omude kakhulu. Uyobuye sekusala okunye angithi.
Yebo.
So ukhulume njena ingcezu sitole ke siqhubekele phambili angithi sesi.
Yebo.
Understood.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Shawway. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, when these 150 mental health care users were allocated to you, had anyone from the department asked you what facilities you had?
Manje ngenkathi ke labantu aba 150 mental health care patients beba allocated kuwena. Ingabe ukhona umuntu ewakubuza ku-Department of Health ukuthi wena unama-facilities anjani kuwena?
Miss Hannah Jacobus nguye wanginikeza inamba ye-150 washo ukuthi sizobe si-allocated eKalafong.
Miss Hannah is the one who informed me that I have been allocated a number of 150 and that we will be located at Kalafong.
Just hold it there. Yes.
So Ms. Jacobus informed you that there was a premises for you at Kalafong and you would be allocated 150 mental health care users, if I understand you correctly.
Uyaqhubas uyena okutshele ukuthi unikezwa abantu aba-150 nokuthi indawo yenu izobe iseKalafong.
Yebo ma.
Yes, that is so.
Did she ask you how many staff you had to take care of those 150 patients?
Ingabe uyakubuza ke wena ukuthi ngama-staff members awungakhi awazokunceda ukunakekela lawo ma-patients?
Uye benginikeza impendulo uma imibuzo enje ibuziwa ngoba bengazi ne-ratio yakhona ukuthi ihamba njani.
She is the one who gave me answers whenever such questions would be posed to me because I did not even know the ratio, how it was.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
Ms. Ngube, that wasn't my question. Let me ask it again. My question was, did Ms. Jacobus ask you how many staff you had?
To cater for that number of patients.
Thank you, my lady.
Ke ummeli umbuzo lokuthi ingabe ubuziwe na ukuthi unama staff members ayingaki awazokwazi ukukunceda nawusonama patients awu-150. Impendulo ithini ma?
Ithi cha angibuzwa.
No,
Ngatshelwa.
I was not asked. I was told.
Come again? No.
No, I was not asked. I was told.
Okay. Now, did anyone from the department ask you whether you had experience caring for adult mental health care users?
Ingabe ukhona na ukuthi department wakubuza ukuthi wena unayo na experience yokunakekela ama-patients abantu abadala?
Cha akekho and bebazi ukuthi anginayo.
No one did, and they knew that I do not have such
That's all
experience.
there. Continue.
I think the witness was midway through her sentence, my lady. You said no one did, and they knew.
They knew that I did not have such experience.
They knew?
I did not have such experience.
Yes, that's how I captured it. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. All right. At some point, you were told that you would receive children from Baneng. Is that correct?
Bakhona lapho iwatshelwa khona ukuthi uyothola iy'ngane ezibuya ebaningi.
Yebo ma.
Yes, correct so.
And you say in your affidavit at paragraph 4,
Paragraph 4 we-affidavit yakho ukuthi wena uthi
that Dr. Manamela and Hannah Jacobus proposed that you should expand to 24-hour care of children, correct?
Dr. Manamela noHannah Jacobus ibone ke abaza ngeproposal ukuthi wena ukhule ube u-24-hour project. Kunjalo?
Yebo.
Yes.
And until that point, you had only ever operated a daycare center and only for children, correct?
Kuze kufike nje leso sikhathi wena ubukwenza ukuthi operator i-daycare center usebenza ngabantwana kuphela. Kunjalo?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
That's all it then. Yes.
Okay, I'd like you to go to paragraph 8 of your affidavit, which is on page 1467.
Yeah, on page 1467, paragraph 8. We-affidavit
We're
yakho.
still on GG1.
Yes, my lady.
Usufikile lapho
Yes,
na?
ma.
I
Yebo.
am there. I see this.
Thank you. Now, if you look at line 4, the line.
Can we ask her to look at the paragraph first? Just read it on her own.
Yes, thank you, my lady. We'll give you an opportunity, Ms. Ngube, just to look at paragraph 8.
Paragraph 8, line 4.
Yebo ma ngibonile.
Yes, I've gone through it.
Okay. What I understand from this paragraph is that you expressed a concern about taking adult patients
Ke yena kuthola kule paragraph ukuthi wena uye wazwa kalisa ukukhathazeka ngokwamukela ama-patients amadala.
Yebo ma.
Yes, correct so.
you expressed this concern to Hannah Jacobus,
Lokho kukhathazeka kwakho uye wazisa uHannah Jacobus ngakho kunjalo.
Yebo ma.
Yes.
and Hannah Jacobus said you should approach Dr. Manamela
Wasethi kwena uJacobus ema approach Dr. Manamela.
Yebo ma.
Yes.
Did you do that?
Wakwenza yini lokho sis?
Yebo ma.
Yes, I did.
And what did Dr. Manamela tell you?
Wasetheni kwena Dr. Manamela?
Uye wachaza ukuthi abantu abadala emzimbeni ngomzimba kodwa nje ngabantwana be-criteria efana ne-daycare and ne-support sizabe sikhona.
Dr. Manamela said to me, they are adult people physically or with their bodies only, but however they are functioning is people who are of a daycare center age, and that support will also be given to me.
Come again?
And that support will also be given to me. Or support will be given.
Something about daycare center. You said something. She said adult people, they are adult people physically only.
However, they function at a level of daycare center children. Ngiyibeke kahle ma'am?
Yebo, i-daycare le bengirane efana nabo.
He is referring to similar to the daycare center I was running.
Yes, and?
Can you explain what you mean by that they were functioning like children?
As I get ukuthi usho ukuthini na ukuthi bebefunctiona njengey'ngane?
Ngicabanga ukuthi udokotela uye ongayichazulula kakhulu kodwa ukuzwisisa kwami ukuthi abakhulu ngoba ngibona ngendodakazi yami ukuthi ufunctiona njani.
I think the doctor is the one who can explain it much more in depth. But according to my understanding, it is that they do not grow up, and that I see from my daughter.
Just hold it there. Yes, continue.
But in fact, they were not children, were they?
Kodwa eqinisweni bebengezona iy'ngane, angithi.
Yebo ma.
Yes.
And in fact, they were not only severe and profound intellectual disabilities. I'll wait for the interpreter.
Futhi akusiyi ukuthi bebe
But they were also psychiatric patients.
ingasuki ukuthi bane severe physical disability kuphela, bekuwukuthi futhi okunye bama psychiatric patients. Ingabe kunjalo.
And before you answer, and they were also patients with conditions such as Alzheimer's, epilepsy, and cerebral palsy.
Abanye babo bebene Alzheimer's, abanye bene cerebral palsy.
Yebo ma.
Yes.
In other words, they were chronic patients. Is that what you mean?
Different comorbidities.
I'm just checking with you, Concern.
Thank you, my lady. Yes, my point was it wasn't simply
Yes, in other words, they also had comorbidities.
They were different. Sorry.
Ingabe kunjalo ukuthi bebenama comorbidities amanye futhi.
And multiple disability, yes.
Yes, and multiple disabilities.
In fact, they were.
Yes.
In fact, there were a variety of medical conditions.
Bebene variety nje ama-medical conditions ahlukile bonke labantu. Kunjalo
Ngithole after ngiyakuzwisisa.
Yes, I got that afterwards.
Come again?
Yes, I got that afterwards.
Yes.
And am I correct that some of the mental health care users that you ultimately had, you weren't even informed what their diagnosis was?
Ingabe kunjalo ke ukuthi amanye ama-mental health care users amanye ubunawo kazange uze waziswe futhi ukuthi ba-diagnoswe ngokunjani futhi okunye ukugula noma inhloboni yokugula.
Kunye kusummarize-ilwe kodwa ukugcizelela further bengakwazi ukuhlukahlukanisa ngoba nginganayo i-background.
In some, it was just in summary. It was also not in depth, so I could not understand it in depth as I did not have the background.
Did you know what medication?
Just a second, Miss.
Sorry, my lady.
Yes.
Did you know what medication each mental health care user was to be given?
Ingabe bokwazi ukuthi omunye nomunye we-mental health care user olapho yiyiphi i-medication ebeyisebenzisa?
Bengingakwazi ngoba bengasebenzi ngabo.
No,
Directly.
I did not know because I did not work with them directly.
Just hold it there. Yes.
My apologies, I should have phrased that differently. What I meant was, were you told what medication each mental health care user that was transferred to you had to be given?
Ngabe watshelwa ke ukuthi omunye nomunye otransferwa kuwena osebenzisa miphi i-medication?
Bengingatshelwanga directly.
No, I was not directly told.
Were any of your staff told what medication?
Just a second. Yes.
Ngabe ku-staff sakho batshelwa yini?
I-staff besikwazi ukufunda i-record esayithola and then ngoba laba engibaqashile i-certificate zabo besichaza lokho.
Angikuzwisisa kahle ma.
I-staff yiso ebengisicashile yiso besikwazi ukufunda imithi ekumele inikezwe ngoba i-certificate zabo sibhalwe njalo.
I-certificate zabani zabaguli?
Zabo ze-staff abasebenzi.
Okay then. The staff members that I had hired are the ones that could read what medication they were supposed to get because the certificate stated that. Okay, yes.
What certificate?
Just a second.
Sorry, my lady.
Yes.
Inikele certificate okhuluma ngaso.
Like i-home-based care or i-auxiliary nurse.
Home-based care or auxiliary nurse.
Yes, continue.
Ms. Ngube, I'm confused. How did your staff know what medication to give which patient?
I-staff sakho ke ma'am siye sazi kanjani ukuthi i-patient ne-patient kumele liphiwe inhloboni ye-medication.
I-caregiver bekwazi ukufunda imithi leyo. Uye, for example, uJulia nguye obekwazi ukufunda ukuthi umuthi muni ama-measurement nini.
The caregiver could read what medication should be administered. For example, Julia was able to read. Ebekwazi ukufunda ini uJulia?
Umuthi nama-measurement according to ne-certificate sakho besakhe besimnikela leyo mvumo.
she could read the medication, the measurements that should be taken, and her certificate gave her the right to do so.
What certificate?
Just a second. This Julia, what is her surname?
Obani isibongo sika Julia says.
Ngikhohlwa isibongo sakhe kodwa
I have forgotten her surname.
Yes.
What was Julia's professional qualification?
Ma'am.
Professional qualification ka Julia.
uma ngikhumbula kahle bekuyi auxiliary nurse.
If I remember well, it was auxiliary nurse.
Was she formally qualified as a nurse?
Ebe qualified formally njengo nurse.
Not in nurse, auxiliary.
Not a nurse, but auxiliary.
Okay. How do you understand the difference?
Understand kanjani ke umehluko kulokho kubili?
Angazi kodwa ekwazini kwami okuncane inurse it's fully une-sunk number nakho konke, and then
What's the number?
sunk number.
Sunk. My little knowledge is a nurse is fully qualified. A nurse has a sunk number.
And then i-auxiliary umuntu okwazi ukunikeza imithi under supervision.
In that an auxiliary is a person who can administer medication under supervision.
Yikho ngikufunde ezisikhathi.
That is what I learned as the time went on.
This is what you learned at the time?
As the time went on.
Oh. Yes, continue.
So who was supervising Julia when she was administering medication to the patients?
Ubani ke be supervisor uJulia nayinikeza ama patients medication.
Besingenayo i-professional nurse. Besicasha bahambe ngoba singakwazi ukubhadala.
We did not have a professional nurse. We would hire them and they would leave because we could not pay.
Yes.
So as I understand it, and it is in line with your other evidence, that you did not have a professional nurse on staff.
Sike ukuzwa kahle ke ukuthi ubungenayo professional nurse ku staff sakho.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your evidence, when Mr. Pihlela was leading you this morning, you mentioned that they were supposed to help you with changing from children to adults. And from
efazini bakho namhlanje uye wathi bekumele bona bakuncede ukushintsha ke ukuthi uyele manje ngasebantwini abadala.
Yebo, kuye kwachazwa uDr. Manamela uye wayichaza ukuthi indaba yabantwana izoshintshwa unyaka ozayo, my contract yakhona inqatshulwa ngoba there was that ushintsho lolo lwenzeke ngaleso sikhathi.
Dr. Manamela explained that the children issue was going to be changed the next year when the contract is now cut, because the change happened during that time.
When the contract is now?
Is cut or ends.
Come again?
When the contract is cut or
Yes.
stopped or ends.
Okay.
So when you say they were going to help you, who is they?
Nawuthi bona bebezokunceda ngobani bebezokunceda.
Kumela nge-management ye-Department of Health ngoba njengoba ngichazile ukuthi udokotela ushilo ukuthi kumele kusaphaziswe abantu laba abadala okwamanje. Eyabantwana iyawushintsha unyaka ozayo.
What I am referring to the management of the Department of Health. And that the doctor also mentioned, uye wathini udoctor ngabantu abadala?
Uye wathi ngoba i-contract yiyo evalwe manje, i-agency kumele iyenziwe manje.
Because regarding the adults, by the fact that their contract is the one that has ended, it is now that one that becomes an urgent matter that has to be attended to. Yebo, right?
Yebo ma. Bese nyakweni ozayo makushintshwa bazawubathatha balethe ngendlela i-organization isebenza ngakho.
Bazothatha ubani manje?
Iguli bazothatha bona abadala. Then babuyise ngabantwana ngendlela bekumele kube ngakho ekuqaleni.
And then the next year, the department will now take the adult patients and return the children in the way it was supposed to be right from the onset.
With that? Yes, I'm not sure if I understood your evidence. You are saying Dr. Manamela said because which contract had ended, because of the fact that a certain contract had ended, the one was urgent, and the following year, the department would take adults and return the children as it was supposed to be.
Ingabe uthi ujaja kakuzwanga kahle ke ukuthi lapho nawuchaza ke ukuthi kuphele yiphi contract nokuthi enyakeni ezayo kubuyiswe iy'ngane the way kumele kube ngakhona.
Kuwo wonke ama-meeting bekuchaziwe ukuthi ama-contract awu-2 ayawuphela eyabantwana neyabantu abadala. Yingakho
In all the meetings, it was said that 2 contracts are going to be stopped or are going to be ended. It is the adult contract and the children contract.
Yingakho bekunama-NGO abasebenza ngabantu abadala nabantwana.
And that is why there were NGOs that were working with children and NGOs that are working with adults.
Okay.
Yebo.
Ngoba kuke kwaba ne-agency yokuthi i-contract yabantwana imiswe kuhanjiswe abantu abadala.
Then there was, because it was now an agency, that the children's contract had to be stopped. And then the contract of the adults had to be the one that proceeds. Yeah.
Okay, just so. Just bear with me, just 1 second. Yes, continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Ngube, I don't think you've answered my question again. Just listen to my question. It's not a difficult one. I want to know which individuals at the department told you that you would have to take adult users and that later on you would get children.
Siyafuna ukwazi kuwena ukuthi ubani ku-department oye wathi kuwena uzothatha laba abantu abadala and then emva kwesikhathi uzonikezwa abantwana.
Dr. Manamela.
Dr. Manamela.
Okay. So am I right that Dr. Manamela was aware that you were only skilled in taking care of children?
Ngabe kunjalo yini na ukuthi Dr. Manamela bekazi ukuthi wena unekhono njena lokunakekela ingane?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
That's all it there. Yes.
And am I right that Dr. Manamela and Hannah Jacobus also were aware that you didn't have any experience operating a 24-hour care center?
Njalo ke futhi Dr. Manamela no Hannah Jacobus bababili bebazi ukuthi awunayo experience yokurana i-24-hour center.
Yebo ma.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all it there. Yes.
In fact, your training is in accounting and you have an early childhood development certificate. Am I right?
Njalo ukuthi training yakho you-accounting early childhood development certificates. Kunjalo sis?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
That's all it there.
Smart and burn the big marks. My name's Derek.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. All right, I'd like to then move on to looking at the licensing for Precious Angel, okay? Now, you said in your evidence this morning that you received your licenses only 2 weeks before the mental health care users arrived. You recall that?
Ama-license akho wathole 2 weeks before.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I remember.
Okay.
Just a second. Yes.
And you also said this morning that you received your license even though you didn't meet the requirements for getting a license.
Uthe futhi uye wayithola ke i-license yakho noma ubungawameet ama-requirements okuyithola kunjani?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
Okay. Now, actually, you never had a license for Danville or for Attridgeville. Isn't that correct?
Ngabe kunjalo ukuthi kazange ube ne-license ye-Danville noma i-Attridgeville?
Yebo ma.
Yes.
Because
Just a second.
thank you, my lady. Because in fact, on the record, we only have 2 licenses for Precious Angels.
Ngoba banakho kubone ama-license awomabili kuphela awe-Precious Angels.
And
Yeah.
one is for Linwood
Enye ye-Lingus,
and the other is for Calafong.
enye ye-Kalafong.
Yebo.
Yes.
If you would like, I'll take you to those pages. I'm going to give the judge the reference to where the licenses can be found. But you sound like you're confident that those, do you recall that those are the 2 licenses that were issued to Precious Angels?
Uyavuma uyakhumbula ukuthi iwona omabili lawo ma-license anikezwa i-Precious Angels. our contribution.
Lanewood, ibe ingaka officially approved.
The one from Lanewood was not yet officially approved, and then
You are in assessment call.
an assessment was done today.
And then form yiyo ebengi nayo.
The one
And
from
ngingaba na two, in fact.
for color form, there is a one that I had a license for. Actually, I had two.
What about it? The one for color form?
Kaputsini ngalesa color form.
Bekunama license out two for yon.
There were two licenses for color form.
Okay. I'd like to just take the judge to two licenses. The one is at page 20326.
Page 20326.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
And in fact, perhaps Ms. Ngube should go there so we can just get her evidence on record. 20326.
Yeah, get up to page 20326.
You'll tell me when you've got it, Ms. Ngube.
So she can also figure it out process. So figure them in. I am there, got it.
Thank you. Now, if you look at that page, you'll see this is a license that is granted to Precious Angels. And
license and use a Precious Angels.
And it
I
says,
got the figures and
Sorry, ma'am.
I got the figure is and
I never got it in my hands.
you never received this license.
No.
Okay. Let's look at this license. It is for the following address: Linwood Road, Tiger Valley, Pretoria.
They want to lay it as a limit road, Tiger Valley, Pretoria.
Bengisho yona le yaselinwood ukuthi ayikaze yafika ezandleni zami.
I was referring to that one of Linwood. That is the one I never received in my hands.
Okay. Keep looking at that page. You'll see that this license is for persons with severe, profound intellectual disability.
They want to get to license it here. Yes, I can see this.
And then it says adult residential care facility, males and females.
They want to get adults. Yes, I can see it stated there.
And maximum number of persons is 150.
The maximum in 911 to 150. I see this.
And you see it says this license is valid for period 1 April 2016 to 31 March 2017.
They want to get valid from March time frame. Is it pending? I can see this.
And can you see that it's signed by Dr. M.J. Manamela?
Dr. Manamela. I can see this.
Okay. And that is the one you say you never received.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you go to page 30411?
30411. Yeah, little page says. I'm there already.
Thank you. This license here is, you'll see, also for Precious Angels.
Yeah, one of the license as a Precious Angels. Yes, I see this.
And this is for Kalafong Hospital premises.
My premises as a Kalafong Hospital. Yes, I see this.
It's also for persons with severe or profound intellectual disability.
Yes, I see this.
Also for a maximum of 150 people.
Maximum of 150.
Yebo, ngiyabona.
Yes, I see this.
And this license is also valid for the period 1 April 2016 to 31 March 2017.
Nayo ke expire date yakhona ibhaliwe, valid.
Yebo, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that.
And it's signed by Dr. T.E. Celebano.
Leyo isanywa Dr. T. Esidimeni.
Yebo, ngiyabona.
Yes, I see that.
Have you seen this license before?
Your
Yebo,
license
ngiyabona.
right one? Yes.
Okay. Now,
Sold it. Oh, this one, did you see it before?
What
What is the
wayibona
response?
ngaphambili?
Yebo, nginayo ne-record and the very same one esayine nawo Dr. Manamela yaseKalafong nginayo ku-record.
Yes, I have it on record, and the one for Kalafong that was signed by Dr. Manamela.
yes.
Just
And
sold it there. Does that mean that you had two licenses issued by two different people for the same premise and for the same period?
Ingabe lokho kusho ukuthi uye license awu-2 wanikezwa abantu ababili abahlukile ngepremise eyodwa ngesikhathi esifanayo futhi.
Yes, my lady.
Yes.
now I understand from reading the transcript in the arbitration that there is a reason that you had these licenses, that there was a dispute about who should sign these licenses. I'll let the translator translate.
Uthi ke uye wezwa ke ku-arbitration ukuthi ingani uye wabana nama-licenses, uthi ke kwaba ke nokuhilizisana noma ukuphikisana ukuthi ngubani okumele awasayine lawo ma-licenses.
Yebo, ngiyavumelana.
Yes, I do agree.
Thank you. And we will ask Dr. Manamela and Dr. Celebano when they give evidence about those licenses, because
Manamela noSilebano bazobuzwa ke ngalawo ma-licenses.
Yebo, ma.
because you will not have knowledge of why they were signed as they were.
Ngoba wena ngeke ube nolwazi lokuthi ingane asayine ngaleyo ndlela lawo ma-licenses. Kunjalo?
Yebo, ma.
Yes.
But what is clear is that there was no license, as you confirmed earlier, for either your Danville or your Attridgeville homes.
Uthi kodwa ke njengoba ubushilo ayikho i-license for i-Danville noma yona i-Attridgeville.
Yebo, ma.
Yes.
Okay. Then can you go to page 20035?
Page 20035, yellow.
Ngifikile la.
I'm there already.
Thank you. You'll see that this is the SLA or the agreement that was signed between the Gauteng Provincial Department of Health and Precious Angels.
Uthi ke lapho uzobona ukuthi i-agreement esayinwe between the Gauteng Department of Health and Precious Angels.
Yebo, ma.
Yes.
And if you go to page 20067,
Yeah, go to page 20067.
are you there?
Sophia, up here.
Just a second.
I'm there.
You'll see that you signed
Okay.
this.
Sophia, what page, ma'am?
20.
20067.
20067.
Yebo, ngifikile.
I am there now.
Okay. And you see that you have signed this as Director of Precious Angels.
Yabona ke ukuthi kusayine wena lapho njengo-director of Precious Angels.
Yebo, ma.
Yes,
on the 16th of August, 2016.
16 August 2016 ilanga lokusayina.
Yebo, my
Yes,
Okay. Now, at the point that you signed this agreement, this SLA, you already had mental health care users under your care at Precious Angels, correct?
ngaleso sikhathi we sign SLA ukusunawo already ama mental health care users at Precious
Yeah.
Angels. Yes,
In fact, at the time that you signed this SLA in August, Christopher Makgoba had in fact already died more than a month before at Precious on the 3rd of July, 2016, correct?
ngesikhathi we sign ebeseshonile Christopher Makgoba ngomhla 3 July at Precious Angels.
bengasiyawe kodwa akusho khona.
I was not aware, but it means that.
Come again? It means?
I was not aware, but it means that.
Okay. Just a second. Continue.
Thank you, my lady. All right. We'll come back to the debts, but I'd like to now just turn to looking at a new topic, which is the inspections that were done on the Danville and Attridgeville houses.
Othi-ke manje ufuneke kuma-inspection awenze e-Attridgeville nase-Danville.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you gave evidence this morning about how you came to have these two houses. And I would like to just ask you a few questions about the houses. Okay?
Uthi-ke uye wachaza ekuseni ukuthi kuze kanjani ukuthi ube nazo lezi ndlu ezimbili. Kodwa-ke uzobuza-ke ngalokho. Yes.
You told us this morning that there were no inspections done of the houses before mental health care users moved in. Is that correct?
Yabe kunjalo-ke ukuthi abazange kwenziwe inspection kulezo zindlu ngaphambi kokuthi bangene ama-mental health care users.
Bake bayenza the first inspection kula ibile bakhuluma nabomalume.
They once did the first inspection. That is when they spoke to the uncles.
Basho ukuthi bafuna ama-changes maphi namaphi bazokwazi uku-allocate a number of users for that house.
They also mentioned what kind of changes that they are going to do and also explained the number of people or patients that they're going to allocate to that house.
Bakwazi nokungireferela kubo Steve Biko ukuthola imibhede efanelekile.
They were even able to refer me to Steve Biko to get proper beds. Yebo.
Ngoba bengisaphethe ama-cot beds.
Because I still had cot beds.
Okay.
Just a second.
Yeah.
Were both houses inspected before mental health care patients moved in?
Ingabe zoyi-2 izindlu baye bazi-inspector ngaphambi kokuthi abekhona angene ama-mental health care users.
Yebo, kabili noma kathathu for max.
Yes, both. Twice, if not 3 times max.
And did they inspect it before? So they inspected it and they told you to make some changes to convert the house or renovate the houses. Did they come back to inspect before the mental health care patients moved in?
Baye ba-inspector, bakutshela ukuthi wenze ama-renovations, umbuze-ke ukuthi baye baza na bazo-inspector ngaphambi kokuthi angene ama-mental health care users.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. And they were comfortable that you had made the changes and it was of a standard ready to house mental health care patients.
Sebeqinisekile ke ukuthi wenzile ama-changes futhi afanelekile ukuthi kungasebenziswa indawo for mental health care users.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay, and who, when I say they, I'd like you just to identify who were the officials from the department that came and inspected the houses on those occasions.
Abobani ke ama-officials abe-department aye-aza uzo-inspector izindlu ngalezo iy'nkathi zombili.
Mr. Tobani, no Sestili.
Mr. Tobani.
No Sestili, no Miss Rochelle Gordon. Kwaba no Hannah, kwaba no Dr. Manamela.
Then Dr. Manamela, Rochelle Gordons, and Hannah.
Yes.
Yes.
Hannah Jacobus.
Yes.
Hannah Jacobus. Yes, Hannah Jacobus.
Okay. Now, I'd like you please to go to page 582.
What's here? Page 582.
All right. You tell me if you're ready.
I'm there.
Okay, thank you. So you see that this is a report on NGO support visits.
Yabona ukuthi report leyo.
Yebo ngiyayibona.
Support visits. Yes, I see that.
And you won't know this, but I'll just explain to the court. If you look at the top of the page on case lines, it shows that this is an annexure to Sophie Lenkwana's evidence. Okay. Now, I'd like you just please to turn or scroll down until page 587.
Page 587.
Yebo ngilapha.
And then?
Just bear with me for 1 minute. Yeah, in fact, it's the bottom of page 586.
But it was page 586.
You see, it says on the left-hand side, Precious Angels, physical address, 11 Musalo Street. See that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, at the bottom of page 586, where it starts recording the audit on Precious Angels, this is for Attridgeville. You'll see the date in the second column is 20 July 2016. You see that?
20 July 2016.
Yes, ngiyayibona.
And thank you. And it refers to 3 names of Gauteng Department of Health officials who attend and who are the team that visited the property.
But
and that's,
it's him, yes, Department of Health,
can you read us those 3 names?
It's Dr. Lenkwana, Mrs. Sinello, and Mr. Mohali.
Thank you. Now, the first line in the next column under license, do you see it says the license that the manager showed us was not specific to the address visited?
Yeah. I see this.
Okay. Are you the manager that they're referring to there?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then it says that the manager indicated that the facility they've occupied is a temporary rented house. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to go to the next page.
Yeah, the next page.
Okay, and at the top of that third column, it says users found at the facility were 15 females. So this is still Attridgeville, so 15 females, correct?
15 females. Some users are actually Attridgeville, Punjab.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I want you then to look lower down. The next bold heading says physical resources. You see that?
Yeah, but people physical resources. Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, in this audit report, it describes the building under physical resources. It says general appearance of the building, 6 rooms, rented house, 1 room occupied by the owner of the house. Who is the owner of the house?
My uncle.
Your uncle. So your uncle lived at the house.
Yes,
in
at
addition,
that time when they came.
when they came, and they were also mental
Come
health
again?
care.
Did he live at the house?
Umalume bekehlala endlini ngaleso sikhathi ma?
When uma bebazile,
Yes, when they came, yes, he was at the house.
Okay. And so he was living there together with the mental health care users.
Bebehlala kanye nawo ama-mental health care users endlini umalume.
besebenzisa indlu yakhe. The time ume bezile, ubengekho yena. Kodwa impahla zakhe bezikhona, kusetshenziswa amanye ama-room. Ngoba bengakatholi accommodation.
Umalume, we were using his house. At the time when they came there, he was not there. His clothing was still in the house because he had not yet found accommodation.
So was he living there or was he not living there when they came?
Mbuzo ukuthi ebehlala laphayana noma
Ubehlala kwenye indawo yakhe elokishini.
he was staying at his other place in the location.
I see. So he just left clothes in one room.
Uye washiya nje impahla erumini eliyi-1.
Yebo ngoba bekungana space la hlala khona.
Yes, because there was no space where he was residing.
Okay. So then there were 5 rooms then. Okay, sorry, let me ask it differently. Okay, so if you keep reading underneath that in the 3rd column, it says users accommodated in 2 rooms, 1 room occupied by 3 users sleeping in ordinary beds, no space between beds. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
The other room occupied by 12 users in cot beds, of which one of them could be an ordinary long bed, also no space in between. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Why were they in cot beds if Dr. Manamela asked you to get the adult beds?
Ingane bebekuma-cot beds mangabe uDr. Manamela bethatha imibhede abantu abadala.
Can I hear that, please?
Sorry, my lady. I asked why 12 users were in cot beds. The witness's evidence previously was that Dr. Manamela ordered that she obtain proper-sized beds from, I think, Steve Biko.
Yes, okay.
Yingakho ngoba bengafune ukuqhubeka ngoba iy'thembiso zabo bebangakazifezi.
I still did not want to carry on because they had not fulfilled their promises. They were not fulfilling their promises.
And ukuze bafike eMusalo bekunale emergency ebeyenzekala e-Anchor House yokumix ama-patient.
And what made them come to Musando was because of the agency. There was Ibikopi agency.
Anchor House, Cullinan.
There was at Anchor House in Cullinan. Bekumele kwenzeke ini?
Basuse ama-patient disabled wabafazi ngoba
they were supposed to remove disabled female patients because
bekunaleyo inhlangano.
Because of that mixed up or confusion. Yes.
Can you explain to us? Sorry, I see that my lady's still writing.
Continue, it's fine.
Thank you, my lady. Can you explain to us what is a cot bed?
Cot bed intention.
Umbhede olingana ingane.
A bed that fits a child that is used at the hospital.
So it's the length of the bed is for a child and not for an adult?
Ubude balowo mbheda ubude bengane, not umuntu omdala.
Yeah.
Yes.
And is it narrower than an adult bed as well?
Ingabe futhi umncanyana kunombheda womuntu omdala ngobubanzi.
Mkhudlwana, because abantu aba-disabled baguqekile ngobuningi kwabo.
It is kind of bigger because disabled people are in a folded up or a bended position, most of them.
So it's bigger than an adult bed. It's wider than an adult bed. Is that what you're saying?
So ungaba banzi ukudlula umbheda womuntu omdala noma.
Zehlukile.
No, it is different.
How would you describe it?
Uma wena uchaza ungawuchaza kanjani?
Because when you talk about cot beds, we're thinking about
The baby one.
beds for the children. So just explain to us as against the beds that are used by adults.
Chaza-ke ukuthi not a cot bed ukhuluma ngani.
I-cot bed yakhona inkudlwana, isidudlana, and
The cot bed that I'm referring to is a bit bigger, is a bit broader. Yebo.
and inama-butlers ukusecura i-patient ukuthi inga-rolli over njengoba ngichazile ukuthi baguqekile ngobuningi.
It also has burglars to secure the patient, to stop the patient from rolling over the bed. As I explained that most of them are in folded up position.
Okay.
Okay, but it's shorter than an adult bed. That seems to be yeah.
Just hold it there.
Kunombheda womuntu omdala.
Yebo ma.
Yes, it is shorter.
Yes.
My lady, I see it's 2 minutes to 4. Would this be an opportune time to stop?
Okay. The witness can be warned.
Are you proceeding tomorrow as well?
Yes, I'm talking to you. You can warn the witness. Yes, because we are going to adjourn now for tomorrow morning. Yes, until tomorrow morning.
Mamela ke sesasacedi ke usiyamisa ke namhlanje ngobufakazi bakho. Kodwa wazi ke ukuthi kusasa futhi kuyaqhubeka ngobufakazi bakho. Wazi ke ukuthi usasephansi kokufunga akumelanga ukhulumisane namuntu ngobufakazi bakho. Uzobuye futhi kusasa uqhubeke ngecala. Uzoyilehlisa. Understood.
The witness has been warned and this matter is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Tomorrow is the 3rd of August 2022. We will start at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Uzobuya ke kusasa ngomhla 3 August kuqala ngo-10 ekuseni.
May it please, sorry. May it please.
May it please the court, my lady.
As a court, please, my lady.